And welcome, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It is the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and Radial Motorsports. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And, of course, we've got Spencer Gaynor. He's going to be pushing all our buttons all weekend long. There it is. He's our director this weekend. We've got 3 great days of racing, Brian, coming up. We apologize a little bit for the delay. We had some challenges in qualifying this morning, but what we've got coming up, Spencer, if we could bring up the schedule for this afternoon now. Here quickly is our schedule. We're going to have 2 races before we break for lunch. We're going to have 2 13-lap races. First up is going to be SSM, always popular here in the Washington, D.C. region and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And then we're going to have Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford. We'll take a break as we have a lot of charitable activities going on this weekend, Brian, for the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. And then we'll get back to racing. First off, good. Is it morning?
It's afternoon. It's afternoon now, but I felt like we've been up all morning long.
Well, I've been at the track working cameras, putting cameras out, and since 6:30 this morning.
Really, before we get started, Greg, this place is packed.
It is.
Every group has well over 20 cars. I tell you what, I haven't seen it like this really since 2018, 2019. I am really, really excited to watch this racing and call this action. I can't wait. It's going to be fantastic.
It is going to be fantastic. All right, so we have now heading out onto the track. There you go. It's the pace car, the safety car, Cam, with Graham Taylor behind the wheel. And our first group of the day, Brian, is going to be the ever-popular SSM Showroom Spec Miata showroom stock Miata for our 1.6-liter NA Mazda Miatas. We had 36 drivers set qualifying times here this weekend or this morning. Let me run down. I'm going to give you the top 20, so about half the field here. Starting 20th, driving the number 172 Mazda Miata, the DBM Racing J&L Automotive car from Alexandria, Virginia. It's Mark Rougeau. Rich Yura will start 19th. He's in the number 61 car, and he's from Fairfax, Virginia. Kevin Gaiman will start 18th on the field. He's in the number 113 Dwarf Racing RP Performance Machine. He's from Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Leesburg, Virginia's Chris Tilton is going to start 17th today. He's in the number 36 Cronus Autosport Machine. Isaac Jordan will start 16th today. He's in the number 46 International Bar Windsor Customs Mazda. He's from Weehawken, New Jersey. Deacon Greenfield, great to see him back in an SSM machine. He's in the number 73 car representing RP Performance. He starts 15th. Jay Bindrum's going to start 14th today. He's in the number 88 Mind and Body Clinic car. He's from Nokesville, Virginia. Warrenton, Virginia's Dave Biegert. He's got that number 1 on the side of his car, but he starts 13th today. And looking forward to see what he can do with Dylan Adeli starting 12th. Dylan's in the number 71 RP Performance Machine. He's from Herndon, Virginia. Nate Lucas starts 11th today. He's in the number 67 car, the Southern D.C. Region Racing Machine from Oakton, California now. Wow. He starts 11th. Starting 10th, Jordan Fuhrman from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. Jordy Fu, the meme lord, starts 10th on the field today in the number 8 car. We should be looking, Brian. He knocked the whole second off his best lap time in practice yesterday. Starting 9th in the number 63 Hot Stuff Racing Machine from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland. John Hotz. Arif Chasm starting 8th today. He's in the number 98 car. He's from Silver Spring, Maryland. With Wallingford, Pennsylvania's Dave Weibel starting 7th in the number 18 car. He's in the Performance Auto Works Machine. Jack Murchison is starting 6th. He's in the number 58 car. He's from Sykesville, Maryland. Frank Taberzi in the number 121 car. He starts 5th today. He's from Washington, D.C. And your front 2 rows. Starting 4th in the number 32 RP Performance Machine. It's Scott O'Rourke. He's from Baltimore, Maryland. Jamison Huffman from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia will start 3rd in the number 89 machine. And your front row today, Ryan Maloney from Dayton, Maryland in the number 15 car starts 2nd. And your pole sitter in the Columbia Tile and Marble machine, the number 06 of Neil O'Rourke.
Tell you what, Greg, great lineup here coming out of turn number 10. Looking for that green flag.
And green flag is in the air. You'd never know it by looking at our cameraman. There it is. There he goes. He wakes up a little bit as the field now starts to barrel down into turn one, Brian. And our pole sitter, Neil O'Rourke, in that green Mazda Miata, he's side by side with the blue number 15 of Ryan Maloney as they come through turn number one. Look at that pack. 36 or so Miatas all in a row, and they are still 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, the first 8 rows or so as they go into turn 3. And as they do, finally, Ryan Maloney takes the point in the number 15 car. Neil O'Rourke has to settle in the second.
I tell you what, Greg, when they came out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3, our front 5 opened up a little bit of a gap, and you're right, they were side by side with O'Rourke and Maloney, and then you had Huffman, and then you had Scott O'Rourke right there, but then you got to throw in the Jack Murchison in that 58. Frank DeBersey not getting the great start that he really wanted, had to drop back just a little bit. So we'll see whether or not Frank can get that car reeled up and get it wound up, because I tell you what, that car we know is fast, because Ryan Maloney in the 15, last time we were here, he ran that car on Sunday after a problem with his main car.
Yeah, indeed. So very, very quick car here as he leads the field now up through turn number 8. And as the field now finally starting to settle in, as they start to come up the hill here, you can see what a big lineup of cars that is. And as they start to come to the line, it is going to be, and yeah, we're having some trouble with our cameraman there on the front straight. It is now, with 1 lap in the books, Ryan Maloney, your leader, Neil O'Rourke, Jamison Huffman sliding into third, Scott O'Rourke fourth, Jack Murchison, who's been racing quite a lot in the Spec MX-5 Spec MX-5 Challenge in national racing and on the Super Tour, back here in SSM this weekend, and he is sitting 5th. Frank DeBersey, Arif Kazum. And there you go. We've got up on the side of the screen there your ticker, and we'll be giving you lap times, we'll be giving you positions, and we'll be giving you gaps as well.
Tell you what, Jamison Huffman did not get the run he wanted that time. As they got down into turn 1 on the last time, you had Scott O'Rourke and you had Jack Murchison. Now, they went around and put Jamison Huffman all the way back to 5th place.
Wow, huge drop there. And, you know, and there we can see as they come down the hill into turn number 5, one of our new cameramen. Maybe we should put this cameraman on the front straight. As our other one seems to be asleep at the wheel.
Hard to find.
Yeah, exactly. Here, but yeah, you know, you don't get a good run out of turn 10, or you have somebody challenge you and try to go side by side with you through turn 10, and what's going to happen? You're going to end up falling back through the field. So we'll see if he can work his way back up. Again, that is a new car to him. That is Jonathan Evans'
old car.
Yeah,
car. Jonathan Evans ran it here last time we were here. Ran it in July, I believe. The first time they just purchased it, came out here, ran it, changed the number over to the 89, and did actually quite well. I think he picked up one of the wins, or got close to one of the wins, finished in top 3.
Well, he took a win in New Jersey, but I think that might have been in the old car.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see how this works out here. I want to thank some of the people joining us here in the stream and in the chat. We got good old Rob Miles, Wrecker Boy. We've got Sherry Mack, who Sherry, if I'm correct this time, you are Deacon's auntie, correct?
Yep.
And of course, we've got Nick Janoska, his dad, Jeff here as well. Nicholas wants to know if our turn 5 camera survived, and yes, it did, although it and the cameraman went flying during qualifying earlier today, and Wrecker Boy is making sure I know it's showroom spec Miata, not showroom stock Miata. Sorry, Rob. All right, we've got now the field working. Now lap number 3, and look at how clear that is coming down into turn 5, Brian. Oh my God.
Now it's working. You can see that, you know, after it took its little spill this morning.
Exactly.
I tell you what, Greg, our front 5, 6 pretty much nose to tail lined up. Not really going anywhere. We've got a lot of battles going on a little bit further back, and that would be between the 61. This is for 18th, 19th, and 20th. You've got Richard Ure, Christopher Tilton, and Adam Vital. Throw those guys together. Those were under a blanket last time by, especially coming out of turn 1 and going into turn 2. We'll see whether or not they're open up the gap or whether or not they're pulled away. Chris Tilton had a little bit of a problem during qualifying this morning. Ended up on driver's left past the start-finish line. And if you go driver's left on the start-finish line, well, you end up in the grass. And that's kind of where he took his checkered flag, was in the grass. Him and Jordan Fearman went through the grass. I think one of them, the cars in front of them, were putting a little bit of oil. They got out of it coming out of turn 10 and just rather than try to do anything, they went to the grass to get around it. So not a good qualifying this morning for him. Coming out of turn 2, picking up turn 3 right there, you're going to see that's the 18 there, David Weibel, going nose to tail there with Frank DeBergi, was able to get in front of Frank. That's for 7th, coming up over the hill. But I tell you what, Frank didn't want to let him just have it. He made him earn that position.
That's right. So, Brian, you were looking over at with Jay Bindrum and Chris Tilton, just a little bit further back from there. Actually, maybe we should look at Jay Bindrum, because he has right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Basically about 11 drivers all battling it out for 17th position right now.
Yeah.
Locked in behind him as our 2 leaders now starting to separate themselves out from the rest of the field. Great to see Scott Krasnick back with us here this weekend.
Yep.
He's driving the number 91 machine. And, in case anything happens, he is a registered nurse. So
there we go. Let's hope it doesn't.
Let's hope we don't need any of his services here. But he's doing a great job so far in a very crowded mid-pack.
Here they come now. They're coming out of turn 10. So we're going to try to pick them up. Here comes
here
Bindrum,
they come,
here
Brian.
comes Tilton. Then you've got Adam in the 04. Now throw in Richard Ura, and just a little bit further back is Mark Rougeau in that 172, and then you talked about Scott in that number 91. Again, battles all over. This is what makes this class so great to watch, because it is all about momentum. You have to have the momentum. You have to keep it up. The minute you get off the gas for any reason at all, it's a lap and a half before you're able to really get back up to full speed.
Yeah, indeed. And here we go as they're battling it out for position going through turn 3 right now. And I think that was
that's Bindrum. That's
Bindrum.
The whole group of
right. That was Bindrum with Tilton. Tilton was, basically right on his bumper as they crossed the start finish line. I think less than 1/10 of a second apart. And here we go as they're now locked in, coming down into 5.
Looks like Tilton's going to drop back a little bit. Adam Valtal in that 04. He's going to move up right on that back bumper of Jay Bindrum. So again, Chris Tilton having a little bit of a challenge. I did talk to him earlier. He's saying he's having a little bit of an oil leak in the bottom of the pan earlier this morning that him and his team found. So they've been trying to work on that a little bit. So again, if it's leaking, could be getting a little bit, coming back underneath the vehicle and maybe getting on some tires maybe. So pretty good battle here still going on up front. We talked about that with David Weibel in that 18. Now throw Arif Kazem in that 98, along with Hotz and the 120 of Frank DeBerzi. And Greg, Spencer, we can pick that up. You can see it coming into your camera. They're going to be 3-4 wide going down into the camera.
Well, they managed to end up 2x2 going into turn 1 there. So thankfully, on a track that's only 3 cars wide at its best, they didn't go 4 wide into turn 1. But look at here as they come down into turn 3. Look at this stack up here with 5 cars now all battling for the position coming through turn 3.
It's more than 5 now. Now throw in, like I said, Hotz. Now throw in Nathan Lucas, Dylan Daly in that 71, and then Jordan Fearman in that 8. So that's going to be some really good video from Jordan coming up here, I'm sure, in the next couple of days.
Yeah, and so Dylan Adelli, who is sitting in that pack right now, this is his very first year racing the MARRS Series. We got a lot of tire smoke there over at turn 5. Brian, which has been more in qualifying, I think, than during this race. But as we see here, let's see if we can pick up which
So it looked like we may have had
Fearman, it looked
well,
like.
no, it looks like we had Nathan Lucas in the 67 and Jordan in the 8 when they come out of 4.
Right.
Our other camera's got a little bit of delay. You can pick that up. I think they may have touched a little bit going through there. And then they really had to do it. So we're going to have to see what we got going on. You got a call coming in now, Greg. One word I'm getting is Frank DeBerzi's covers coming off
back
as they heads down into turn 1. And look, I got to be honest with you, that bumper may stay on because he's got the whole right side of it still connected.
Yeah.
But at some point, that bumper's probably going to come off because you've got the not the 63. You're going to have. Let's see, Dylan Adelli is going to come up behind him.
Right.
And at that point, if they start to close that in and it becomes a parachute for Frank, it's going to be tough for that thing to go.
Right. So, and so I was talking about Dylan, who came to us from racing karts. And he finished in the top 10 in his first MARRS race to start off the season. But he now has to try to find his way around the widest Mazda Miata here in SSM. as Taberzi is actually about 2 cars wide at this point.
More than that, in some aspects of some of these turns with that bumper going off to the left or maybe even swinging back to the right. And it's hard because, like I said, when we saw it coming down the front stretch, it's well attached on the right side.
Right.
I don't think that thing's coming off.
Well, and we are getting word from turn 5 now that that tire smoke and everything that we saw, that was Nate Lucas, and Jordan Fuhrman getting together. So I'm sure that's going to end up on a YouTube video at some point.
Yep.
All right, so we are now halfway through this race, Brian. So let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please head to the grid.
Tell you what, we talked about, with Nathan Lucas and Jordan Fuhrman, that's 15th, 16th. They've kind of dropped back where they had that contact. Throw in the 113 there. Kevin Gaiman, I tell you what, he's right involved with them too. He's right in the middle of both of them as they come out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3 right there on your screen. You can see he got a great run coming out of turn 1 and into turn 2, and that actually got him in front of, in between Lucas and Fuhrman in that 8. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Jamison Huffman, who again started off in the front 2 rows, still sitting in 5th position. He just reset his personal best lap of the race, Brian, but he has not been able to find a way up to Scott O'Rourke or Jack Murchison, for that matter. Jack Murchison now running in 3rd position after having started 6th today. So it doesn't sound like a huge jump, but that is, given how tight this field is, he is leading that 2nd pack as our leaders now come across the start-finish line. Maloney and O'Rourke still more or less nose to tail as they head down into turn 1. O'Rourke, for I think the 3rd time in this race, has reset the fastest lap. And Murchison now about 4 seconds back from there, with Scott O'Rourke fairly close behind.
Picked up a little bit of news today. Looks like we're going to a double yellow here, Greg.
Oh, yes.
I think. So,
yep, and there you go. Full course caution. Brian, we'll see if we could pick up
where it is.
Yeah, exactly where it is on course. And it sounds like it might be over the, is it? Yeah, if you take a look there, just past the corner station at turn 4, you'll notice, one, that the corner station has a pretty vigorously waving flag there, as we do have a car that is off there and appears to be disabled just on the side of the road. And based on the lap times here, I think that may be the 92 of Vic Bruni. As all of our other racers have now completed 8 laps, Vic Bruni only completing 7. So I think that's the 92 car.
Yep.
And, I was talking to Vic last night. He watched, and for those of you, we'll try and point you to it a little bit later. There was the Inside the SCCA, Brian Belansky, my other announcing partner, had his inside the history of the MARRS series broadcast. The Inside the SCCA podcast about the history of the MARRS series. It was on Wednesday night, and Vic Bruni came up to me last night. He goes, "I don't want you telling Brian Belansky about my racing history." And I go, "Well, that's fine, unless you bring a car out to the Super Tour or the runoffs." And now we may have to tell everybody about his history here, Brian Donati.
All right.
Of course, Vic, very proud dad. His son is currently the reigning co-champion, national co-champion in Spec Miata. That's Nick Bruni, who I think is here this weekend. All right, safety car now picking up the field. And Brian, I think probably, and there we go. We could see the safety car now picking up Ryan Maloney in that blue number 15 with Neil O'Rourke in the green 06 directly behind as they came through turn 3. And, of course, Brian, as we have 4 laps remaining, if we get this race back underway, that huge gap that Maloney and O'Rourke had built up, which was over 4 seconds.
Yeah.
That is now gone, obviously.
Absolutely. Any gap that you had. And so here's another thing, too, Greg. Let's think about this, too. So we're going to go to a black flag all, so we're going to bring them down down on pit road.
All right.
I think, again, that could be moving that car, not wanting to take over, the laps to do
Right.
it. The second thing is this also is going to help Frank DeBerzi in that 121 have somebody just rip that thing right off and get, rip that bumper off.
All right, Brian, real quick. Let's do this. I am going to make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford. Please head to the group. Race group number 2, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, Brian, as the cars are going to be coming down the pit lane here under black flag, there's not a lot of time left on the clock. These races are 13 laps or 26 minutes, whichever comes first. So we've got about 10 minutes remaining on the clock. So hopefully we'll be able to get them back out, and maybe we have a green-white checker or something along those lines, but there's not a lot of racing here left.
Yeah.
But let's do this, Brian, real quick. As we have a little bit of time here, I want to tell everybody about what's coming up a little bit later today. We've got a lot of charitable activities this weekend for the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. Once again this year at the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular and Charity event, we're holding a number of activities with all proceeds benefiting the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. Here's what we've got coming up today. At lunch, which should be starting around noontime, we're going to have touring laps where you can take your car out on track and experience 2-mile, 10-turn Summit Point Raceway. We've also got the exotic car rides and the always exciting 007 thrill rides where your highly trained drivers will show you exactly what it's like to be in one of those James Bond car chases. It's $20 per driver or rider, and you must be 18 years or older to get on track. Head on over to Charity Central right next to the Pro Shop to sign up. And make sure to stick around after we're done racing, because starting at 4 p.m. we'll be featuring Winchester's own Stone Cottage. They'll be on the Pro Shop stage playing the best blues rock classics from some of the greatest musicians of all time. Then at 6 p.m. we have the 50-50 and raffle drawings, and we'll also announce the winners of the silent auction. Head on over to Charity Central from 10 a.m. to 5:45 p.m. to buy your tickets and place your bids. We'll also be naming the recipients of this year's Workers' Choice Awards, where one lucky Saturday driver from each race group will win a neat prize package. And remember, the Kids Zone, hosted by the Boys and Girls Club, will be up and running at Charity Central from 4:30 to 7 p.m. tonight. Bring the family for fun games, crafts, and lots of excitement. Thanks so much for coming out for the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular and for supporting the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. All righty, so we are under full course caution here at Summit Point Raceway, and we have here in SSM 4 laps remaining, or just under 8 minutes now. Your leader, Ryan Maloney, out of Dayton, Maryland. Neil O'Rourke running second, Jack Murchison third, Scott O'Rourke fourth, Jamison Huffman, Arif Kazim, John Hotz, Dave Weibel, Frank DeBerzi, and Dylan Adeli.
Frank DeBerzi in his 8.5-foot wide Miata.
Now remember, Brian, under black flag conditions, crew is not allowed to work on that car. So
that's true. So does that mean that Frank can get out and rip it off?
I don't know if he can, but certainly no crew can go up and rip it off, because that would put him to the very back of the field. So I don't know what they're going to do. Maybe the officials will walk up there and rip the bloody thing off for them.
May just have to go walk up there and breathe on it, and it'll fall off.
Yeah, possibly.
Because there's no speed to it. So we'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, can't go out and touch it. We'll have to see. I'm sure somebody will probably walk up and kick it. I don't know. Hit it, breathe on it, get it to come off. Because I'm sure it's got to be a little bit of a pain. So.
All right. So, again, plan is we've got one more race here today before we break for lunch, and all those charitable activities that we were talking about will take place for the folks here that want to take part in the paddock here. And then we will get back to racing, where we will have 6 more races this afternoon. And then we've got a lot of racing scheduled for tomorrow, Brian. We've got multiple races, 2 races for each race group tomorrow, 16 races on tap tomorrow, starting at, I believe we're going to start the stream at 8:10 tomorrow morning. And then we've got feature MARRS races on Monday, and multiple bracket races with an inverted start on Monday as well. So our MARRS racers, they get 4 races all weekend long, and the bracket racers, well, they get a bonus. They get 5 races.
With 30-some cars in the bracket doing an invert, that is going to be one heck of a
Yes, it
show.
is.
So if you are here on,
on
Monday, you need to come see that. Again, we were talking about it up here in the booth. This is some really good size fields, right? Our lowest field, I think, is like anywhere from 15 to 20. Every other run group is in the upper 20s, 30s, almost 40. I think our small bore is a little bit over 40 right now. So, again, there's a lot of competitors out here. There's a lot of drivers. If you're watching the stream and you're local, you need to come out here. The rain's going to stay away. I told it to go away. I sent it a text message earlier. I am the rain guesser. I am the rain whisperer, from what I've been told now.
The weather whisperer.
So, I've told it to stay away. We may get a little bit later today. I don't know if it's going to be all that much. But, again, come out here. Come through the gates. Come see this great facility. And I tell you what, this racing this weekend is going to be, I think, some of the best we've seen in a very long time. And we have actually seen, you and I both have seen a lot of good races here at Summit Point.
Indeed. Hey, somebody put in the chat here, Chris Liston says, kudos to the track workers keeping things cleaned up and repaired. And I think Brian and I definitely want to mention that as well. Of course, SCCA Racing, it's all volunteer driven. And Brian, we're going to get into this in just a second. But we've just gotten word, checkered flag being displayed now for this race. It sounded like they were able to get the car, the Bruni car, up on the flatbed. Spencer, if we can go over to turn 4, there you go. I believe they got the vehicle up on the flatbed, but by the time they would get it back, we wouldn't be able to even get a single lap in under green flag racing. And we're trying to, because of the late start today, we're trying to get things underway. And so as they're bringing this vehicle back, Chris Liston, thank you. All SCCA road racing is we rely on the volunteers. Wow, that's a lot of damage there to the back of the Bruni car. We rely on all our volunteers, and yes, our emergency services teams have been very busy this morning. But we want to thank, obviously, all of our corner marshals. We want to thank our folks in timing and scoring, registration, on the pit lane and on the grid. Even our stewards right downstairs. Absolutely. Our scrutineers, of course, led by Scrutineer of the Year for the entire Sports Car Club America, Joe Manowski.
All right.
Thank you. And we have a lot of Workers of the Year working with us here this weekend. But we want to thank them as we try to move things along. And so let's make a final call to the grid, Brian, for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford. Race group number 2, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spencer just put up the safety car cam there for a second. They look pretty darn crowded over there. It's very crowded there on the pit.
It's crowded everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
When you get 36, 39 cars that go out, and when we're done with each race, they have to go through the scales just like they do in qualifying. So, it gets a little crazy right there. We've seen it. So it takes a couple minutes. I would assume that they will pull them in and try to get them double file in there instead of one long line back there. So they'll get that done here momentarily, and we'll get back to racing. Again, I think we're going to have the best racing we've had here in a very, very long time. There's a lot of people here.
Yeah, indeed, and there are a lot of people driving cars that we haven't seen in chassis and types of cars. There's Graham, our safety car and pace car driver. A lot of people driving cars that they haven't been in forever. We were talking. Eric Prepsius puts in the chat here that Charlie Abel, who we've seen over the last couple of years, racing his C5 Corvette in the Spec Corvette series. He's going to be in a Spec Racer Ford here a little bit later this weekend.
They're paddocked right over next to us.
This run group coming up right now.
Yeah, they're paddocked over near us. They were out here yesterday practicing. Saw Eric out there, getting everything ready to go. So, good for Charlie to get out here and try to run one of these.
Yeah, and hey, real quick, just got word, as we mentioned, our event here this weekend, presented by Radial Tire Company in Silver Spring, Maryland, and Radial Motorsport. And Steve Martin has let us know that they do have a tent set up right over by our tech shed. They've got a lot of great swag over there, some shirts, tire pressure gauges, hats, etc. Head on over there. If you're here in the paddock, head on over and see the great folks from Radial Tire Company, longtime sponsor of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And with that, Brian, let's take a couple moments break, and we'll be back in just a few moments with Spec Racer Ford Gen 3.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock? Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Brian, race number 2 underway, the pace lap underway for a Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, almost 30 cars setting qualifying times today. Let's take a look at the top 20.
Tell you what, starting out in 20th, in the number 5 from Westchester, Pennsylvania, that's Mike Kosuth. Starting in the 19th position from Oakland, New Jersey, that's the 8th, that's Michael LaMena. Starting in 18th from Leonardtown, Maryland, that's the 13 of Andrew Waldorf. Starting in the 17th position from Vienna, Virginia, the 71 of John Hall. Starting in the 16th position from Cortland Manor, Maryland, that's the 68 of Jeffrey Valentino. Starting in the 15th position from Columbia, Maryland, that's the 14 of Kevin Silbrick. Starting in the 14th position from Gibson Island, Maryland, the 09 of Matthew Polk. Starting in the 13th position, and Greg was just talking about this driver from Middletown, Maryland, in the number 50, that's Charlie Abel. Starting in the 12th position from Staunton, Virginia, in the 11, that's Jisoo Kim. Starting in the 11th position from Sherwood Forest, Maryland, that's the 20 of Kevin Elon. Starting in the 10th position from Delmont, Pennsylvania, that's John Ryan, and he's in the 87. Starting in the 9th position from Chesapeake, Virginia, that's the 74 of Joe Blanks. Starting in the 8th position from Martland, New Jersey, the 54 of Mike Thomas. Starting in the 7th position, good to have this driver back in this class, and he's from Thurmont, Maryland, that's the 38 of Christopher Windsor. Starting in the 6th position from Flemington, New Jersey, the 56 of Jason Pintar. Starting in the 5th position from Annapolis, Maryland, that's the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 4th position, also from Gibson Island, Maryland, that's the 81 of Stephen Shue. Starting in the 3rd position from Clifton, New Jersey, that's the 27 of Theo Pepes. Starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Boyd's, Maryland, in the number 55, that's Sam Schechter. And starting on the pole from Washington, D.C., in that number 30 machine, that is Mac Harrison.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Brian, as the field now starting to make their way up the hill. And we'll be going green here in just a moment. Interesting story, Kevin Elliott. You mentioned he's from Sherwood Forest, Maryland. That, for those of you that don't know the area, that is right outside of Ellicott City. Sherwood Forest used to be a little amusement park in the 70s. And when it went derelict for a number of years, they finally tore everything down and built houses on it. So that's where he lives. Pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, Mac Harrison. And Brian, we've seen Mac Harrison and Sam Schechter on the front row here so many times this season. Look at that. Now our cameraman is awake there on the front straight. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing again from Summit Point with Spec Racer Ford. And look at that start, Brian, as we have Mac Harrison, Sam Schechter side by side going into one, and Stephen Shue was able to just leave Theo Pepes on the start, came right across his nose there, and Pepes basically holding up the whole inside lane there, going down into one. But now Jisoo Kim side by side. Looks like with the Pepes car. Actually, that's the 27. The 27 car. Pepes is now slotted into 3rd place. Yeah. It was Stephen Shue and Jason Pintar in that Gulf liveried 56 side by side going into 3.
Yeah, it was Stephen Shue that didn't get the start. Theo Pepes kind of made that move, that jostling around once he got in there to get up into 3rd place. So you're going to see Harrison, Schechter, and Pepes. They're going to start to pull away a little bit as they head down the hill into turn 5. And then, as you talked about, that's going to be the Shue and Pintar. They look like they got that worked out. But, yeah, Pepe started to a little bit of jostling side to side, trying to figure out which car to go through or go with, either Harrison or Schechter. And who knows, he may go through them here in a minute to try to get up there because he got a great start.
All right, here as the field comes out of turn number 8, starts to head up the hill and into the final corner here. Now let's take a look as the field comes through, and as they come to the line to complete lap number 1, our pole sitter, Mac Harrison, he's at the point. He's opened up almost 2 seconds on Sam Schechter, but Schechter in the draft now pulls right alongside as they come down into turn number 1. Schechter in that blue number 55 machine, Brian, looks like he's going to make the move going around the outside. And indeed, as they come out from behind the trees and start to make the run down into turn number 3, Sam Schechter out of Boyd's is now taking over the point from Mac Harrison. Harrison slots into second, and Theo Pepe's, he's got the best view of the house right now.
I'll tell you what a move by Sam Schechter there. Coming out of turn 10, looks like we may have a car that may have spun down into 1. Looks like they may continue here. We'll see when we pick up that number there. But what a move. Looks like it may have been 4-1. That would be Phil Ackley. Ackley started back in the 24th position. Looks like he has continued now. He's coming down through turn 3. So getting in there a little hot.
All right, and Brian, we've got a local caution down at turn number 5 that we did have a car go around on the exit of 5. Looks like it has recovered. And we'll track that car here in just a moment. Should mention that our only driver not to take the green flag today, Brad Gould. Gould was involved in an incident during qualifying here this morning. Hopefully he'll have that car ready. Lots of racing coming up. Hopefully he'll be back on track a little later this weekend.
Yeah, as we go back, as I was talking about with that move from Sam Schechter before we had the the incident down there in turn 5 or potential spin down in turn 5. What a move coming off of 10. Got right underneath the back gearbox of Mac Harrison. Stayed there all the way through until you got to the 500-foot mark. And then that arrow in that draft just pushed him right there as he made that move over to driver's left and got down into turn 1. So much better than Mac Harrison in that 30 machine. And now he's starting to open up a little bit. That was Sam's fastest lap of the entire race. I know it's still early on, but fastest lap so far. So.
Hey, Brian, I wanted to mention, if you look at our timing and scoring system, you'll see that there's one driver, Richard Herman, that has a red number beside him, and that is because he's not in one of the newer Gen 3 Spec Racer Fords. He's in one of the older Gen 2 cars with the Ford Escort 1.9-liter motor. Started off in 27th position today. He is now up into 22nd, and he's down by quite a bit of horsepower from the rest of the Gen 3 cars. So good to see him as he makes his way now up through the field. Good run for him. We'll see how much further he can advance. And again, it's going to be very difficult, but he is the only racer in what is technically another class.
Right. We've seen him out here before, and he's done quite well against these SRF3s. So, again, as you said, an earlier model out here, but still being pretty much competitive.
All right, great little fight a little bit further back in the field, just now crossing the start-finish line. That is Bruce Kreminga along with Mike Kosuth. That is the battle for 20th right now. Kreminga in the Kermit the Frog green number. Yeah, that's what I like to call it, the number 31 machine. And Kosuth just ahead in the orange or red and yellow number 5 machine.
Those two always seem to be nose to tail
They
at
do.
some point in time during the weekend.
And there they go, coming out of turn 3, making the run down towards the chute now. Yes, they seem to be, I don't want to say attached at the hip.
They're attached nose to tail.
Yes, and here they come now under braking down into turn 5.
Still there.
as Kreminga made up a little bit of ground under braking going into 5. Closed up probably around 3 car lengths, and they are now starting to close in just ahead of them. They've got that is Dale Schneider, who who I think on our timing and scoring system maybe listed as Dale S$H.
Yeah, he's got the money going on.
Yeah, money Dale Schechter. So
I look over here at Kevin Silbert in that 14 machine. It looks like we've got a lot of side-by-side action going down here. Actually, you know what? You talk about that Kreminga and Kosuth. They're going to go side-by-side with Kosuth being driver's left. Going to move over a little bit there. Kreminga over into driver's right, hoping to do that crossover. They go down into turn 1 right there. There you see it. Kreminga looks like he may hold on to that position. Kosuth's not going away. Coming out of turn 2, you're going to see here, he's all the way over driver's left. Let's see which one's going to have the preferred line. I think it's going to be Kosu. He's not going to give back out of that. And sure indeed, as you watch that on your screen, he got back in front of Kreminga. So taking that optimal line, staying far driver's left, and it looks like we got a spin down in turn 5.
Yeah, indeed.
Now,
and just as Kreminga and Kosu come in the 5 under that local caution, we just saw the tail end of that car. We'll try and pick it up as it comes through.
That may have been Lamena. We'll have to see.
And
we'll have to see it. He said 5. That's not 5. I think that's the. We'll see it. That's just now coming through.
That might have been the 5th, maybe the 5th.
No, I think that is going to be Lamena in the 8th. I think that is Lamena in the 8th because he was way up here, kind of running in that 15th position. He's now all the way back behind. So here he comes now out of turn 10. So. So there he is right there. He's actually going to be in front of the 50 machine, which is actually going to be Charlie Abel.
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, there's the call now as they just corrected it and said that it was the number 8 car, not the number 5 car.
The blue and the lighter yellow, the fluorescent yellow there.
And so that moves Mike Lamena back into 28th position, or probably 21st position. Drop of 7 spots. He was running 14th at the time of the spin. And Mac Harrison resetting fast lap on the last lap. Brian, our leader, is now coming out of turn 10 and now onto the front straight. And setting fast lap is it's a consolation prize at this point as Mac Harrison does it again, but he's still trailing Sam Schechter. That last time, about 3/10 at the line. It closes down though, Brian, to about 2.5 feet here as we see them coming through turn 1. Now look at this a little bit further. This is the battle for 4th now, side by side, as we've got Steven Shu and Jason Pintar. Again, Shu not having the great start today, and he and Pintar have been literally attached at the hip, Brian, or at least attached at the quarter panels since the start of this race.
Maybe not attached to the hip as you see it going up through. You're right. Quarter panels in that car. They were side by side coming out of 2, and Steven Shu just did not want to allow Jason Pintar to just have that spot. Really trying to fight hard and long, as you could say, coming out of 2. That's a long stretch right there to get there.
Yeah, and we'll see how this plays out on strategy for both of them as we're now halfway through this 13-lap race. We've got 6 laps in the books, currently working lap number 7. And, of course, when we get to lap number 7, we'll have it's 6.5 laps is halfway. I'm always mixed up by these uneven numbers.
You have to take your shoes off to count to get to halfway. I know.
Exactly. And now Pintar ahead of Shu now as they cross the line. So give Pintar now 4th position, Shu 5th, and Chris Windsor as Pintar and Shu have been going side by side, putting a pretty big hole in the air for Chris Windsor in the number 38 Windsor Customs machine out of Thurmont, Maryland. He is now closing things down, and he is right on the gearbox of the Kim machine as they head into turn number 3. Look at him tucked right underneath there.
On the gearbox of Steven Shu in that 81.
Yes, and Joe Blanks in the 74 getting dragged along as well. He's right there as well. So great battle there for that position.
Qualifying today, Windsor went out last and basically let the entire field go by him, go completely out, right? I mean, completely all the way down into turn 1 before he even left pit road. Went out and I think, qualified 7th, but did it by himself, right? This is another momentum class that you need to have momentum to help make you pass and become faster with your faster time. He did it by himself. So actually that car is actually set up pretty good. But you're right, Greg. When you had Shu and Pintar going side by side for those 2 laps, that allowed Windsor in that 38, Joe Blanks in that 74.
All right, our 2 leaders, Brian, coming up on the number 51 of Walker Stokes out of Chester, Virginia, currently running 27th. Stokes kept the car over driver's left. Looks like both of our leaders now have managed to clear him, and they have now opened up close to about 4.5 seconds on Theo Pepe's. Pepe's out of Clifton, New Jersey. He's got majors wins, Brian, in Formula Ford, Formula Continental, and also most recently at the New Jersey, the Jersey Devil Majors here in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. I know he's been getting a lot of coaching. He's in one of the doggone racing machines this weekend. He's had Morgan Burkhardt coaching him up in the Spec Racer 4 the last couple of weeks.
Tell you what, you talk about Theo Pepe, he's basically on an island by himself, right? He's out there in third. He's got in no man's land. That's going to allow Pintar, Shu, Windsor, and Joe Blanks to catch him because they're going to use each car for the draft, especially when you get really coming out of turn 7, turn 8, and up under 9, up into 10. That is basically the fastest part of this racetrack. That's where you're going to want to use the draft. And if those guys are nose to tail and Pepe's is out by himself, we'll have to see. Here they come coming out of turn 10 now. Our overall leaders are going to go by the start-finish line. There goes Harrison Schechter. Here comes Pepe's now. He's just now going to come by the start-finish line. Then you're going to throw Pintar, Shu, Windsor, and Joe Blanks. They're starting to reel him in. There's only about a 2.5-second gap between
and
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all the way up to 3rd.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see what the effect of the draft is here, Brian, because Pintar, Shu, Windsor, and Blanks, they picked up almost 4/10 on Theo Pepe's that last time by. And so, now that Pintar and Shu have at least temporarily put that battle aside, we can see that they've got maybe a little bit more pace than Pepe's. Problem is for them is that, if any of them are going to if they want to get a podium spot, if they want a chance of taking it away from Theo Pepe's, they're probably going to have to put any kind of battling aside. There are only 4 laps remaining.
Correct. They're going to have to stay nose to tail until they get
all
up
the way
with
to
him,
the end there.
Right,
they may get to him on the last lap.
Right.
As now Chris Windsor, we just see that over at turn 6 down at the carousel. Chris Windsor comes underneath Shu, and so moves Stephen Shu now back in the 6th position, move Chris Windsor up in the 5th.
Yeah, Chris has been in these cars a couple times, so he kind of understands. And I'm wondering if Stephen Shu may be having a little bit of a problem because he's starting to drop back a little bit off the pace normal. Now Joe Blanks is right up under the back gearbox, Stephen Shu, and he's going to pull out, headed down into turn 1, and try to make that pass on Shu. So I'm wondering if Shu's having some type of technical difficulty in that car, or maybe a brake problem, or even a shifter problem, because that car just does not look good coming out of turn 10.
Yeah, and there's always the question. It always looks like we had a driver go off through the gravel over at turn 3. It looks like they've continued on. My understanding, Brian, is that we do still have a couple drivers in this field here, and you see this a lot more often at the regional level, that are running the H-pattern gearboxes here in the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, whereas I think the majority of drivers have now moved over to those SADEV sequential transmissions. And my understanding is because the gearing is different, that the H-pattern boxes actually run out of gear coming down because of the long straightaway here at Summit. Start to run out of gear going down into turn 1, whereas then in the SADEVs, they can actually pull another gear. They've got a 6-speed transmission. As we take a look here, Brian, now with 2 laps remaining, we kept talking about Mac Harrison resetting fast lap, just when he needs to do it. Sam Schechter, who may have been saving his tires till the end here, our leader, resets fast lap, and he's now expanded his advantage over Mac Harrison to almost a half second. But, they're coming up on some slower traffic, which might impact things here just a little bit as they come into turn 3. Schechter was able to get by one of the back markers there, and Harrison had to deal with it just as they came to the apex.
Yeah, they had to get by Phil Ackley and Ron Reese. I'll tell you what, you're right. Schechter got through turn 1 almost as best as he's had all of these entire laps right there, and that opened up that gap. Knowing they were coming back up on some slower traffic with the Ackley and the Reese machine, was able to navigate through both of those machines. As the next time we come by here with Schechter and Harrison, we're going to be seeing that 1 to go board. So it'll be 1 more lap to go in this race before we head off into lunch. But I tell you what, a great battle between Schechter and Harrison pretty much the entire race. Schechter now coming out of turn 10. He's going to open up. I think that's going to be the biggest gap he's had this entire race. as they get to 1 to go board. Right now it's about 0.6 of a second, although not that big of a gap because the draft plays a big component in this. He's still in that draft, but he's going to have to get through the turns a little bit better than Schechter if he wants to be able to connect back up to him and make this a race coming down to the end. As they come out of turn 2 and head up into turn 3, you can see there on your screen right now, that's a little bit closer than that 0.6. So looks like Harrison, as Greg mentioned a couple seconds ago, may have saved some tire here towards the end of this race. Whether or not he's going to be able to catch Sam Schechter, but those two cars have been pretty much the class of the field this year in this class.
Yeah, almost all season long. And Brian, if we take a look at the points,
Greg, let me just jump in here real quick. We've got Jisoo Kim coming up out of turn 2 and then into turn 3, just out of your camera right there. You can see the smoke. Did a complete 360, went through the gravel trap. Now he's continued. So you'll see him when we get to the cameras, but did a complete 360 and just kept right on going.
Oh, my. All right, so, Brian, I was going to say is, again, as our racers are working the last lap here, Mac Harrison currently leads the championship by about a little bit less than 400 points, 15-18 to 11-50 as the checkered flag is out. And that gap is now going to close down because Sam Schechter takes the first win of the weekend here in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Mac Harrison will finish in second. Theo Pepes crosses the line. He will finish in third. Jason Pintar will finish in fourth, just off the podium, 1.3 seconds back from Pintar. Chris Windsor will finish in fifth with Stephen Chu sixth. Keith Frazier, Joe Blanks, Kevin Elliott, and Mike Thomas round out the top 10. And as you said, Jisoo Kim, with that last lap spin, that elevates Matt Polk up into 11th. John Ryan, 12th. John Hall will finish in 13th position. And as we've got more racers coming across the line, Jisoo Kim manages to hold off some racers. He will finish 14th. Jeff Valentino will finish 15th. Andrew Waldorf 16th. Kevin Sobert 17th. Charlie Abel 18th. Mike LaMena will finish 19th, and Dale Schneider will finish in 20th.
Whew. We're just getting started.
Wow. Great
getting started.
Great race in Spec Racer 4 3, and of course earlier in in SSM. And we've got, Brian, 6 more races coming up here today. Next up is going to be, when we come back from lunch, the Big Ground Pounders, Big Bore. They're going to lead off the afternoon coverage here. But first, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. And when we come back, again, 6 more races this afternoon here from Summit Point Raceway, where you are watching the Labor Day Mars Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at BelmontClassicCars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 19...
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the Labor Day MARRS presented by Radial Tire Company. And I am Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And after a nice lunch period here, and Brian got to watch some of these performance cars take people around the track for the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle, and the wonderful 007 shotgun rides here around the track as Summit Point's own security staff here. We're doing J-turns and probably making people a little woozy out on track. It's good to be back to the racing.
Done a couple J-turns myself. Of course, I wasn't in a car. It just happened that way.
Yeah, you were in a go-kart. You're not supposed to do them in a go-kart, Brian.
Nope. But you can do them.
All right, so we are going to be getting underway here. We've got, Spencer, why don't we throw up the schedule here? We've got now 6 more races this afternoon, 13 laps or 26 minutes, whichever comes first. And, of course, we've got a whole weekend of racing coming up starting tomorrow morning at 8:10 a.m. And then we'll finish things up on Monday as well. So definitely want you guys and gals to follow us all weekend long. And, Brian, I was just talking to Greg McDermott, who is the race director for the Washington, D.C., or probably the director of club racing for the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And he has a wonderful, we'll call it a challenge for our listeners at home. What he says is...
Or here. They could still do it
if
from
you're here at the track, if you're down at turn 5, also do this. If you are watching and you have not subscribed yet to the Washington, D.C. region's YouTube channel, where currently, I think the last time I looked, which was about 10 minutes ago, we were at 869 subscribers, so 31 short of 900. If we get to 900 subscribers by the end of the weekend, Greg McDermott will donate $500 to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle in the region's name. If we get to 1,000 subscribers this weekend, Brian, he will donate a total of $1,000 to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. So he's willing to step up and do it. All you guys have to do is, click that little bell right on there. Click on the button that says subscribe right on your screen. And look at that, Brian. Like clockwork, the safety car cam is back after taking some time off like us during lunch. But all you got to do, go ahead, hit that subscribe button. And, of course, if you click on the notification bell, you'll find out when we go live the next 2 days as well.
Let's take some money out of McDermott's pocket.
Indeed, we should. And I want to thank, Brian, the great folks from the Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 group that were out for the last race before lunch. They actually provided lunch to all of the volunteers here at the event today. Some great subs and all the accoutrement. And as our volunteers now are heading back onto the corners and heading back to their stations, I think we've got looks like Tom McLeod heading up to the point. He's going to be our splitter for our race here coming up. He was walking a little slowly. It sounds like, I'm sure he had a very enjoyable lunch and maybe a sub of some sort. And he is getting ready because, Brian, we're under 5 minutes to go. I think in about 1 minute now, we're going to see our next group, the big ground pounders, heading out on track. Why don't we get the starting order?
All right. Scheduled to have 14 starters here. Starting in 14th from Lincoln, Delaware. In the number 60, that's Melvin Miller. Starting in the 13th from Pennsburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 20 of Jonathan Reitz. Starting in the 12th position from Potomac, Maryland, that's the 39 of Jerome Welty. Starting in the 11th position from Hackettstown, New Jersey, that's the 50 of Joseph Fagala. Starting in the 10th position from Farmington Hills, Michigan, that's the 77 of Chris Majba. Starting in the 9th position from Plains, Virginia, the 44 of Clark Ostrom. Starting in the 8th position from Springfield, Virginia, the 34 of Case Moosmar. Starting in the 7th from Nokesville, Virginia, in the number 9, that's Robert Hayshak. Starting in the 6th position from Tompkinsville, Kentucky, that's the 72 of Ted Warning. Starting in the 5th position from Arlington, Virginia, that's the number 4 of Rob Hines. Starting in the 4th position from Round Hill, Virginia, my hometown, the number 33 of Isaac Beekman. Starting in the 3rd position from Columbus, New Jersey, that's the number 98 of Tim Proctor. And starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Alexandria, Virginia, the number 14 of Marshall Lytle. And starting on the pole from Belmont, Ohio, in that number 88, in that Chevrolet TA2 Camaro, that is Andrew Mistak.
So as the 1 minute warning has just been given to our field, Brian, they're going to be rolling off here in just a moment for their pace lap. Not really a correction, but sent me a note during the week here. The driver of the number 77 American Sedan Dodge Challenger, the Silent J Racing Team. You want to know why why he's from the Silent J Racing Team?
I did see that email too.
That's right. It's Chris Maybaugh. The J is silent. So great thing. And talk about Chris, we'll give a little plug here before the pace lap starts. Took first place in the Great Lakes division for American Sedan back in 2023. Second place in the Northeast division. That tells me he gets around. And also first place in the American Sedan Regional Challenge, which I think is from his neck of the woods, and he represents the Detroit region of the SCCA. As Andrew Mistak now takes the field onto beautiful 10-turn, 2-mile Summit Point Raceway for their pace lap.
I'm going to have to get with Chris and go talk to him. He's an engineer at Stellantis.
Yes.
Being that I'm also in the automotive industry, that could be my friend.
That's right. You could talk to him about your Dodge truck.
About no. I would talk to him about other stuff.
I imagine you would. He actually got into this, and I know a lot of folks. As Chris is an engineer, as you mentioned with Stellantis, actually got into the whole racing thing, working on the Formula SAE program when he was in college, and so he's been racing now, I think, for 11 years or thereabouts.
Yeah, pretty long time.
We'll have to ask why he calls his race car Carla, though.
I'm not gonna
Carla.
I'm not going to ask that question.
All right. It's his mistress, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, every car or every team out here, their car is their mistress.
Exactly.
They spend so much time working on this,
That is true.
or working on them, I should say.
All right, Brian. So we've picked up 2 new subscribers in the last couple moments, which is wonderful, which is great. We want more. If we can get to 900 subscribers, that is 29 more. Greg McDermott will donate $500.
And I heard McDermott is loaded, so I think that if we get 1,000, maybe we can get him to do 1,500.
Oh yeah, hey, maybe that's a great idea. All right, safety car now bringing the field. Ooh, I love that safety car cam. As we've got it bringing the field, Graham, our pace car driver. Just as I say that, oh hey, it's back. Is taking the field now through turn 8, heading up the hill.
It was winking at the drivers.
Yes,
that's what it was doing.
Hopefully it'll hold on past the turn 9 flag station right over there on our right, because, well, that cameraman has decided to take the afternoon off. All right, pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to Andrew Mistak, that bright orange BMW. Marshall Lytle, the Admiral there to his right, and Marshall taking the inside position. Mistak, as our pole sitter, had choice. He decided to start from the outside lane. From the left-hand side, he jumps out to an early lead over Marshall Lytle as they head down into turn number 1. Right behind, we've got Tim Proctor in his GT3 Nissan, and then Rob Hines in his Touring 3 Nissan 350Z tries to get around Isaac Beekman's T3 330i. Beekman shades to the inside to hold him off, and it looks like he was unsuccessful in doing that, as Rob Hines now moves up at the 4th place overall.
I'll tell you what, that could be a good race to watch here in this group, in that T3 between Beekman and Hines. That's actually going to be really good. Beekman got a great start. Rob's raced that car here many times, so he knows the track pretty well. I wouldn't be surprised if Beekman doesn't try to just hang on till the end here as we're going to go our 13 laps. But Andrew Mistak in that TA2 Camaro, again, gets such a great start. And I got to tell you what, good thing he made it down through turn 1. He has had some challenges
I was just going to say that
turn 2 on the
he's
start,
had some braking issues on lap 1. So good thing there is he now brings the field through turn 10 and onto the front straight. And Brian, I'll tell you, as he goes and completes lap number 1, that battle between Rob Hines and Beekman is so close at the moment, about a second separating them. And they're right behind Tim Proctor's GT3 machine, as we've got a car coming down the pit lane already.
That's Melvin Miller in the number 60. So.
Yeah, the 60 car. That is the American Sedan Ford Mustang. So that's going to leave in American Sedan. Nice AS field here today. We got Ted Warning, who after 1 lap is leading in his number 72, that burgundy Chevy Camaro. We've got Chris Maiba in that bright green Dodge Challenger. And then we also have Jonathan Wrights. Jonathan in the number 20 Ford Mustang. And looks like Melvin Miller's day off to a pretty poor start. He now brings his Ford Mustang. He's from Lincoln, Delaware, back to the paddock. His day definitely done.
Yeah, going to go across the scales just to get that in, but never really even completed a lap. So
let's look at this, Brian. This is the battle of the Corvettes right now. We've got Joe Folia. He's in the blue C3 Corvette, the number 50 car. And then we've got David Smith, who is running in his GT1 Chevy Corvette. He's out of Pittsboro, North Carolina. And I believe it's an orange machine there. It just came out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. Great little fight going on so far in GT1. Actually, they're coming out of turn 10 now. Yeah. My apologies. Here and across the line. There they are. There goes the orange Corvette. Look, we even did a stop action there at the line so you can see the Corvette there. Oh, I'm gonna have to talk to that cameraman. All right, but neat little fight there in GT1. Good to see multiple GT1 entries here this weekend.
David gets such a run in that 47 down the front stretch. So he got out of turn 10 just a little bit faster than Joseph did in that number 50. But Joseph was able to close the gap a little bit. Now it's starting to open up a little bit coming through turn 3 as in that 50 machine. Joseph got a little bit sideways there. So again, tires may not be up to optimum temperature just yet after 2 laps. So car looks a little bit loose going through 3. We'll have to see as the race goes on whether or not he's able to close that gap on that 47 at David Smith in that for that GT1 battle. Andrew Mistak going by the start-finish line now in that GT2 machine. Marshall Lido, I haven't talked a little bit about him. We've had him up here in the booth a couple times.
He was here with us in July, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and so good to see Marshall run here. Ran bracket for a couple years with that. That is an old Ed York machine.
Yes, it is.
Picked that up several years ago.
It was their old endurance car, if I remember correctly.
Yep, and so that car has been stellar off and on pretty much the entire time ever since they got into that, got in there. Then you've got Timothy Proctor in that GT3 machine in that 98. That's in third. And then we come back a little bit. We talked about this in that T3, Greg, with Rob Hines and Isaac Beekman. Rob Hines starting to open that up now. That's a 3.5 second gap over them. So again, as I said, Rob's got a lot of time out here with that car. He's got a lot of time in that car. So
and he's got a national championship podium with that car as recently as 2020 at Road America, where I believe he finished second in the Touring 3 class. And, of course, the national championship runoffs heading back to Road America this year.
Right.
So we'll see how that plays out for him. I know he spent some time last year in the same Tech Sport Nissan 370Z that he had been running in SRO World Challenge, but I know I don't think he's been on the World Challenge grid this year, and he's gone back to the car that he owns, to that 350Z.
Right. Also has a Spec Miata. Well, used to have a Spec Miata. It is now no longer. He's having a new one built. Had a little incident there during
at
June
Road America.
At Road America.
Yeah.
And so talking to Rob last night, and he decided that since the cost to rebuild the other one was going to be so much,
astronomical,
they are going to build just a new one.
Wow.
So I think he's having Drago, build him another one.
Well, I think that's only apropos because Chip Drago, I think besides building the engines for Rob Hines' Spec Miata, I think the two of them actually, along with about 15 other cars, got together on coming out of turn 3 at the June sprint. So very unfortunate, a huge wreck in that Spec Miata race. All right, Brian, as we're looking at the field here, things already as we've got now just 4 laps in the books, working lap number 5 of 13, really starting to spread out here at the front of the field. Of course, Andrew Mistak, who started on the outside pole today in his TA2 Camaro. Andrew Mistak from Belmont Classic Cars, another one of our great sponsors here this weekend. Currently leading the class, Kais Musmar in his Porsche 911, running about a lap down right now. In American Sedan, again, great field this weekend in American Sedan. Ted Warning from the drop of the green flag, pretty much walking away from the rest of the field right now, has about a 15-second advantage over Chris Maybaugh, the Chevy Camaro driver, currently running 7th overall. And with Maybaugh second, Jonathan Wright's running 3rd in American Sedan. Ted Hayshak in his SPO, a beautiful Factory 5 Racing Cobra. He's out of Nokesville, Virginia, currently running 8th at the moment.
That would be Robert Hayshak, not Ted Hayshak.
Did I say Ted?
You mixed the names.
I'm sorry, Bob. Robert Hayshak, currently running 8th overall. He's your sole racer in SPO. And then, of course, we've mentioned Marshall Lytle is running 2nd overall, and he's got about 2.7 seconds right now over the GT3 Nissan of Tim Proctor. Lytle currently running 2nd overall. Proctor running in 3rd as Lytle's coming out of turn 10 right now.
Thought maybe Bob had a brother or cousin or somebody out here racing as well. I was like, wow, we got 2 Hayshaks in the field. Sweet. I missed that. Yeah, starting to stretch out a little bit, between each of the different groups. Not really a battle on track between groups. There's a couple battles here and there within the different classes. You talked about Quace Moosmar in that 34 machine. At one point, Ted Warning was catching him.
Yeah.
That has now since opened up. So Moosmar starting to gather some track time here.
Yeah, and matter of fact, Moosmar is now coming down into turn 1, Brian, and that is such a gorgeous Porsche 911 there as he comes around the corner. So Caius is actually an instructor for us for the Washington, D.C. region in our HPDE program.
Okay.
He's been doing it for 15 years. And put a little note to us. It was more to his kids who are probably watching the stream right now. It says, "Don't tell Mom I'm racing this weekend."
Whoops.
Exactly. Oh, my gosh.
Hopefully Mom's out running errands for the day.
Maybe so. And Caius is a dentist out of Springfield, Virginia. But yeah, kids, don't tell Mom. All right, we're halfway through this race, Brian. We'll run down the order here in just a few moments. But first, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's small bore. E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends cars, SPU, Spec RX-7, STL, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, small bore racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
We talk about that American sedan. Ted Warning getting ready to come up on Jonathan Reese in that number 20 machine, so he's going to put him a lap down. Just now going through turn 1, coming out of turn 1, is going to be Warning and Reese. Reese just a little bit ahead of Warning, but looks like Warning's going to get him as they come out of turn 2 and head up towards turn 3. So he's going to put him a lap down. So put him a lap down in that American sedan battle.
Yeah, I want to thank Ted for coming up all the way. You know, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, Brian, has a heck of a reach. And Warning, coming to us from Tompkinsville, Kentucky, drives for the Tennessee region of the SCCA in the car that he affectionately calls Smokey. Smokey. And you want to know why?
I probably don't want to ask, but I'm sure I do. Is that because he's from Kentucky?
Yeah. No, no, not the Smoky Mountains. He says it's because it always leaks fluids and smokes, which is probably not a good thing for an American sedan car.
I'm going to cross my fingers and my toes. Right now, it's not leaking and it's not smoking, so he's on a roll.
And don't say roll as we see him coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight here.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been watching him the last couple of laps since we've been talking about him coming out of turn 10, and it seems to be getting through there, quite well. So we've seen him over and over and again to do that. Hey, Greg, I'm going to jump back to this Clark Ostrom and this Robert Hayshak or Ted Hayshak, whatever he wants to be called. But,
we'll call him Bob.
They came out of turn 10, and Ostrom was right on the back bumper of Robert in that SPO machine, and. Obviously the power that, Bob's able to get off the corner there. So as they get down out of turn 2 and out of turn 3, through turn 3, you can see where Bob's got to get on the brakes just a little bit harder where Ostrom's able to go in.
Yeah.
That's where he closes that gap. You can see there, it's as close as it's been, especially when it came down the front stretch. We'll take a look at it as he comes down into turn 5. That's where it seems like he is able to get the most under braking right there. You can see him in there. He just closes the gap.
Yeah, he picked up like 4 car lengths there just coming down through the chute. And, on the last lap, Brian, Ostrom had made up about 4 tenths on Hayshak there. And look at that. They
side by side.
Come through the carousel. And again, right where that BMW is going to have an advantage. Now, once things straighten out and, luckily for Bob, it's a really long straightaway here at the on the front straight here at Summit Point, but a great run there for the Plains, Virginia driver and his BMW 330i. And again, that is not a battle in class.
Yeah.
But Ostrom there in that T3 car this last time by. Let's see, he picked up a whole bunch of time on Hayshak on the previous lap. This time. He lost 1.1 seconds.
Well, I tell you what, when they came out of turn 10 right there, you had our overall leader, Andrew Mistak, in that GT2 machine. He was kind of in between Ostrom and Hayshak, and Hayshak drag raced him back down through the start-finish line all the way down into turn 1. Robert Mistak went far driver's right, basically hugged the white line into the curbing going into 1, which is not something that heavy machine probably should really be doing, but he was able to get back on the power and pull away a little bit more. But I really thought Hayshak would be able to stay with him all the way through 1 and 2. But again, that GT2 machine, once it got on this power band, it just took off.
All right, Brian, we've got 3 laps remaining here in our big bore race, our first of 4 big bore races here this weekend. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 4. That's small bore. Please head to the grid. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Before we get any further, though, I do want to thank Stephanie Lamena for letting us have those
four
three
cookies. Yeah.
Those 3 or 4 cookies up here. I know there was a whole plate before Spencer left, but I'm sure they all got eaten. Spencer just threw a pen at me.
I'm amazed that he was able to do that. You'd think he'd be lethargic after eating 20 cookies. Told us there were only 3.
That's all that I got. I was watching that time by Marshall Lido putting a lap on Chris Maybach in that 77 machine, in that Dodge Charger. Mm-hmm. And basically, those are 2 pretty wide vehicles going down into turn 1. It's almost no room to get by with that large.
All right, our leader, Andrew Mistak, now coming under the bridge, coming into turn 10 now. There he is. And as he comes to the line just behind Ted Warning, he gets the 1 to go board. There, you can see our starter pointing at the little board that has a big number 1 on it. And for the moment, Andrew Mistak, well, he's number 1.
He actually... and I think this is more of Andrew just knowing he actually got off the throttle to let Ted Warning get that other lap.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's backed off a little bit. I'm probably just going to ride around. Knows he's got a pretty big gap, and he is the only GT2 car. Well, you got Quace Mismar in that Porsche in GT2, but a pretty big, sizable lead. Give Ted Warning that extra lap, right? I mean, that's the great thing to do here. Just going to stay behind. You'll see him as they come down the hill. Coming down into turn 5, you'll see there's Ted Warning in that 72 machine.
Yep.
Mistak just going to ride behind him through there all the way
through.
Hope
Ted has enough fuel for that extra lap.
Well, I would say could be, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Mistak in this, we'll call it a 14-car field because Melvin Miller didn't complete the first lap.
Right.
Mistak is lapped all the way up to Ted Warning, who is in 7th position. So obviously quite a bit of. And with almost a 25-second advantage over Marshall Lido, lots of time at this point. And here we go as they come out of turn 10. Mistak staying about 15 car lengths from Ted Warning, letting Warning take that final lap. And Andrew Mistak will take the checkered flag. He is your winner in GT2, your overall winner.
And Greg, we have a yellow at start finish because we have Timothy Proctor just to the right. You can see it on your camera there a little bit as you head down into turn 1, just on the right side of the racetrack, pulled off. So these guys are not only going to get the checker flag as they come through, but again, when we talked about Ted Warning, he's going to have that extra lap.
Right. So local caution. We can see him there in the camera the camera view where he is driver's right. He's on just before the flag station at turn 1. Good for him to pull off right there in the view of the corner workers there. They can help hopefully let our race control folks know exactly what they need. All right, coming across the line, finishing second, Marshall Lytle. Lytle runs his fastest lap of the race. He is your ITE winner. Finishing in third, Rob Hines. He does beat Isaac Beekman to the line. Had that great start. Margin I think, around 15 seconds between Hines, who now finishes third overall, takes the win in T3, and Isaac Beekman, who finishes second in class, fourth overall. Chaos Muzmar will finish fifth overall, second in GT2, with Tim Proctor, as we mentioned, not completing. So he's fallen now down to sixth. He's going to continue to drop down. So Ted Warning now will finish this race in sixth position. Robert Hayeshak, Bob Hayeshak, will finish in seventh, our sole racer in SPO. David Smith will take the win in GT1. He finishes eighth overall. Chris Maiba will finish second in American Sedan. He finishes ninth overall. Jerome Welty in his Porsche Boxster, the Spec Boxster, will finish 10th overall. Then we've got Joe Folia finishing 11th in his GT1 Chevy Corvette, second in class. Clark Ostrom will finish third in Touring, probably fourth in Touring 3 in the number 44 BMW. And then Jonathan Wrights will finish third in American Sedan. All right, so Brian, let's take another quick break. Next up is going to be our small bore racers. Let me make a final call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 4. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. And as we take a quick break, let's tell you a little bit about our presenting sponsor here this weekend, Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back to Some Point Raceway, everybody. It is the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I am Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And, of course, we've got Spencer Gaynor. He's sitting right behind me here in the booth. He is pushing all the buttons like that neat little title that we've got there put on the screen. If you like all the new advancements that we have, go ahead, give us a thumbs up, please. We'd appreciate it. And Brian, we're getting ready to head out on track now, and we'll run down the order for our small bore group, our next group up here in just a few moments. But we are going to have a very special lap and a very special remembrance starting here in just a moment, as Graham Taylor, our safety car driver, is staged up at the top of the pit lane, and we're getting ready to send folks off. While we get ready, let's take a look, Spencer, at that schedule that we've got here for the weekend. And we are, once again, we've got now, this is our 4th of 8 race groups today. So we've got now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more races here this afternoon. We do it all over again tomorrow morning, starting at 8 a.m., except for each one of our 8 race groups. They will have 2 races each tomorrow. 16 different races here at Summit Point Raceway for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And then on Monday, it is feature racing time. We're going to start at 8:40 a.m. Our MARRS racers will have their 20-lap feature races, and our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, they'll have 2 10-lap races here at Summit Point. As the 1-minute warning has been given on the grid, Graham Taylor, he's got that beautiful Pontiac. Brian, tell me how clean the windshields. I heard you went down with your little squeegee and your windshield wiper thing.
Gotta find out what year that Pontiac is. So I think that's the last time the back window was clean. It was the year that car was produced.
All right, so Graham Taylor now, he's going to be bringing our small bore field onto the track, led by Thomas Beverly in his Honda Civic. And as they do, our pole sitter, Thomas Beverly, he is going to drop back here just a moment as we honor the life and memory of longtime racer, volunteer, and member of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, James Corcoran, who left us in May after 81 years on this earth. And in the time-honored tradition of racers, our competitors in this race will drive the first of 2 pace laps in what is known as a missing man formation. As our pole sitter, Thomas Beverly, he will drop back and leave his spot open for Corky. You'll see many of our volunteers out, and also our racing family in just a moment here, out on track. They will be waving their flags in his honor. Born in 1943 in Staunton, Virginia, Jimmy's passion was auto racing. He was a member of the Sports Car Club of America for 59 years, having raced his Triumph TR3 at Marlboro, the predecessor to Summit Point Raceway, and then later on moving to the Ford Pinto he raced at Summit Point, as well as crewing for many of his fellow drivers. In addition to racing, Corky manned a station as a flagger and also as a flag chief, mentoring many a volunteer. And when he hung up his Nomex and retired from racing, he joined the DC region's registration team so he could stay involved with his racing family. Away from the track, Jimmy served in the Navy as a midshipman and later devoted 30 years of service to IBM. He enjoyed watching war movies, crossword puzzles, as well as traveling. James is survived by his daughter, Cherie Smoose, who carries on his legacy as the DC region flag co-chief, his brother, Michael Corcoran, sister, Kathleen Pagans, brother, Thomas Corcoran, a niece, and many nephews. And as our racers and our volunteers and our racing family honor the life of James Corcoran, may his memory always be a blessing.
We want to go. Looks like I'm hearing we're probably going to go with a split start here, Greg, in
Indeed.
this group. So,
yeah, indeed. As we watch the cars out on track, we do have 2 pace cars out on track. Again, Tom Beverly behind the pace car there, leaving the spot open. Leaving the spot open for Corky. He will get back in line here in just a few moments. And we then do have a split start, I believe, for our H production as well as H production racers, of which we've got a very large field in H production, Brian, as well as Spec Arc 7. Let's run down the starting order here. I'm going to give you first H production, where we've got Matt Benazik. We'll start off with that second group where we've got John Watts, our sole racer in Spec Arc 7, and then, yes, 12 H production racers. Matt Benazik in his Honda Civic will start 12th. Elazar Mann in his Toyota MR2 will start 11th. Michael McQueen in his MG Midget will start 10th. Troy McBain will start 9th in a Honda Fit. Ryan Moran in a Mini Cooper will start 8th. That's the 08 car. Al Syme in his number 35 Volkswagen Scirocco will start 7th. Chuck Allard in the number 50 Porsche 924 will start 6th. Meyer Alzad in the 101 Mazda 2 will start 5th. Tristan Herbert in the number 44 Mini Cooper will start 4th. Mike Kelly in his Volkswagen Golf will start 3rd. And then your front row in H production, Rick Benazik in his Honda Civic. And then Jack Bana in his Volkswagen Cabriolet. Let's give you the top 15 in our second group, starting 15th, driving the Touring 4, Mazda MX-5, Kevin Fryer. Joe Smoot in his E-Production Mazda RX-7 will start 14th. Drew Erie in his GT Pinto will start 13th. Starting 12th, Caleb Crandall in his Mazda Miata, that's an STL machine, with Kurt Laumeister starting 11th in the number 111 STL Mazda Miata. Then we've got Owen Sheffer in his Mazda RX-8. He'll start 10th in his Touring 4 car, with Bruce Shelton, your GT Pinto pole sitter, starting in 9th. Then we got John Moyer starting 8th. He's in the number 113 STL Mazda, with Jeremy Butts starting 7th. He's in the number 69 Touring 4 Mazda Miata. Brian Price scheduled to start 6th today in the number 51 Mazda Miata. We'll see if he makes it out today. He had some issues earlier on this morning. Starting 5th in the number 83 E-Production Honda S2000 is Michael Unger, with Graham Fuller in his GT Light Toyota Tercel, our reigning national champion in GT Light, starting in 4th. Kevin Conlon, our GT Light pole sitter, will start 3rd overall today. He's in the number 114 Mazda Miata and your front row today. Both STL cars. Starting 2nd in the number 141 Mazda Miata, it's Steve Hunt. And in that Honda Civic, Thomas Beverly, as the green flag is in the air, Brian.
Greg, we may have a problem. Our other group is still on the racetrack under pace laps, sitting there at like turn 5, turn 6. It's going to be a problem. We're racing right now in the STL group as they are just now getting through turns 1 and turns 2. Our other group is just now coming
through the carousel.
We're going to have a little bit of a challenge here. They've got to pick this pace up. They've got the double yellow flag out there, but they have got to pick this pace up on an STL lap of going through there. We've got a couple cars that have gone off in turn 3 and continued in our first group, but we're more than likely going to end up with a pretty good battle going on through here as our H production field comes in. They haven't even taken the green flag yet.
Right, yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, we only have one safety car, Cam, Brian, and it's on the pit lane. But our second pace car now on the pit lane as well, turning the field over to our H production racers there with Jack Bana leading the field down in turn 1, and the green flag is now in the air. Mike Kelly looking for a way to sneak between the Cabriolet Volkswagen of Bana and then Rick Benezic's Honda Civic.
Here comes our overall leader.
Yeah, our first group now coming through turn 10. That's actually the second, third, fourth, and fifth cars in that lead pack, as we already have Thomas Beverly crossing the start-finish line, completing lap number 1. And we can see here now, there's our first group coming through turn 1. They're going to get lapped here almost immediately. That is a shame there, as that huge H production field now all working side by side. Great fights already as Tom Beverly comes up into turn number 3. He's coming up right behind the Spec RX-7 of John Watts, our sole Spec RX-7 racer here today.
Yeah, kind of a pretty big gap in that start. But as you mentioned, Mike Kelly really trying to get through. I believe that is a Paul Baofist car.
That's exactly
that he is racing this weekend. I know that he came out yesterday, was doing some practice laps and kind of going through it, and kind of enjoyed it. That car's got some pretty good speed with him behind it. So look for Mike to really push the issue here today in that Golf.
Yeah, and of course that Golf, that Golf has a 1.8 liter motor in it, a single overhead cam motor, Brian, and we saw how much more torque that car had than the 1.5 liter Honda of Benezic directly ahead. Benezic now your leader, as Mike Kelly has gotten around the open-top Volkswagen Cabriolet, which I believe is a 1.6 liter car there of Jack Bana.
Our overall leader, I'll pick that up. That is the number 4 there, Thomas Beverly, going through, and then Steve Hunt, Graham Fuller. They've already captured pretty much half the field in that H production.
Yeah, we see there as they go through turn 1, that bright green Honda Civic already working their way. And now it's a good thing that, those two cars somewhat by themselves, not really creating a problem for the H production machines, but there are a lot more STL Touring 4 cars,
right,
and the GT Pinto cars. They're all coming, and it's a shame there because we've got probably one of the largest regional Series H production fields here this weekend, and we saw how evenly balanced they were and matched on the very first lap. And unfortunately, I think we're going to see them probably get split up as a number of these faster cars come through.
Well, I tell you what, Greg, some of these drivers got stuck a little bit back behind, in the 182. Ted Cahill in that STL machine. Paul Marconi's in that E production. All the way back in the 17th. Didn't go out for qualifying. Had to start in the very far back.
That first pack, yeah.
Now really having to work his way back up there to go through. So, again, they're having to come through this H production class really quickly as our leaders in H production. Now they cross the start-finish line. Here comes Thomas Beverly in that STL machine. He is actually going into turn 1. He's going to come up on those leaders in that H production H production battle of Benazik, Kelly, and Bana. I always want to say Banaha, but it's because it's always fun to say Banaha, but it is Bana.
And we've got Stacy McBain. That's Troy McBain's mom here in the chat. She's watching from Texas. We've got the universally modified Honda out there. And, of course, we've talked about Troy before with that Honda Fit. Just went to driver's school earlier this year, got his competition license. His brother has been racing H production cars for quite some time. His father racing, I believe, in SPO, as well as we've got a car coming down the pit lane. I think that's Chris Collins in the STL Mazda Miata here. I think that's an RP performance car, and he now having his car looked over on the pit lane.
Tell you what, Ken Van Horn, we normally see him in a P2 car, P2 machine. He's actually driving an FP formula production car of Case and Kirtland owns that car.
That's right.
And so that car is actually for sale. So if anybody wants to buy an FP car, go take a look at it. It's right near the parked right near the bathrooms there. After the race is over, here comes the 78 now. So coming back out on the racetrack. So that is Christopher Collins.
Yeah, so he's going to join a little bit further back in the field now, rejoining right in that battle in H production. Comes out right ahead of Chuck Allard. Allard, who is currently running. Allard is currently running fourth in H production. He's got Al Syme right behind him. Then a bit of a gap back to the MG midget of Mike McQueen.
Yeah, kind of a lot of battles here going on all over the racetrack, Greg, and I think that is more because of what had happened on the start, is that we had a big, huge gap in our overall group. You know, in our STL leaders, they run right on the back of this H production. So good to see two legend cars out here. Bob Connor in his number 9, and then Mike Collier from New York out here running there. I know Connor had a problem early on, so not able to go out. It looks like, and we talked about, I don't want to say this, but here comes Ken Van Horn in the crossover.
Yeah, so Kaysen, before he sells that Honda CRX, might have a little mechanical work to do. Looks like Ken Van Horn has pulled his Honda CRX over, and his race is now done. Sounds like our emergency services workers are going to be sending him a flat tow to bring that car back. Hey, look, Brian, our Turn 5 cameraman has reappeared.
There we go. Oh, he was late for lunch coming back.
Yeah,
Got a little overheated.
So let's go and break this down right now. Up at the front of the field in H production, it is still a 3-car fight. Rick Benazik in the number 1 Honda Civic hatchback out of Farmingdale, New York. Mike Kelly second in his Golf. Jack Bana in his Cabriolet third. And Chuck Allard, who has, I believe, somewhere along the lines of 9 different MARRS championships over his 47 years of racing, most of them with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. He's got D Production, GT3, ITB, and H-Prod championships with us here in the MARRS Series. He is running in 4th position, currently in, again, a 12-car field. Al Syme 5th, Mike McQueen, and then we've got a lot of our B-Spec racers that have decided this weekend to run in H production guys, but they're still under the B-Spec rule set.
Sure.
Of those racers, Tristan Herbert is in the number 44 Mini Cooper. He runs 7th in H production. He's the first of that group. Then we got Meyer Alzot. We talked about Troy McBain. He's in a Honda Fit, but that is actually built to H production rules. He is running 9th currently, and then we've got Ryan Moran. It looks as though Elazar Mann in his Toyota MR2, also Matt Benazik, that is Rick's son, possibly did not take the green flag. And we talked about Brian Price earlier.
Yeah, I think he had that problem
exactly.
early during qualifying. But I'm glad to see that Tristan Herbert, doesn't matter which car he's in, whether he's in one of these minis or whether or not he's in Miatas, he still runs the exact same line coming up to turn 3. So Good to see. But I tell you what, Greg, let's take a look down at turn 1 if we can here,
Yes.
Spencer. Coming out of turn 2, actually right about now. So we may want to. You can see there is nothing but a gaggle of cars in there. Tristan Herbert's in there. Paul Marconi's trying to work his way back to the front. Going to be right behind the 182 there of Ted Cahall's got McQueen in between them. But he had to go through Tristan Herbert, had to go through Meyer Alzot, had to go through the 127 there. I believe that may be Kevin Fryer in that machine. So Kevin Fryer sharing that with the so a total blank. The Lillers. They're sharing that car with the Lillers. I tell you what, that car probably has 10,000 laps this year alone.
Bro, it's seen a lot of drivers. I'm thinking the only reason Kevin is in it is because it's the same color as the MX-5 that unfortunately met an early demise at Road Atlanta earlier this year.
Yeah.
Great battle going on there, Brian. In GT Pinto, we just saw them come through turn 5. We'll see if we can pick them up through turn 6 right now. This is Bruce Shelton and Drew Erie. And, I haven't seen Drew Erie this close to Bruce Shelton. Here they come, nose to tail.
Since when they've come through the paddock.
Yeah,
they follow each other.
Exactly. So Bruce is in that red-ish number 11. Drew Erie in the 16 car directly behind. We're going to see them coming under the bridge here and into turn 10 momentarily, along with this whole gaggle of cars.
Yeah.
They're leading this pack of 4 through.
And you can see a little bit of the difference between Bruce Shelton and Drew Erie. So Drew Erie's able to get through the carousel and turn 5 and everything else a lot faster than Bruce Shelton. But Bruce Shelton, once he gets on the straight lines, is able to, do pretty much pull away.
And we just saw, it was coming out of turn 10, Brian. I don't think we got it on camera. Caleb Crandall in the number 29 Mazda Miata had a bit of a moment there. The Central New York region driver, he might be checking to see. He works in asbestos abatement normally, but he might be wanting to check and see if any of that dust and dirt that's flying around through the interior of his car after he went bouncing through the turn 10 gravel trap, whether or not any of that contains any asbestos. He does continue. Of course, he's sharing that car with his brother Isaac Crandall. Both drivers, lots and lots of go-karting experience. Where I think Caleb finished first in the KA 100 class at the Genesee Valley Kart Club 2 years ago. This is his first year behind the wheel.
Yeah. We had Mike Collier last time by going down in that Legend car, and that number 6 locked it up, headed down into turn 5. So, and another brake problem there going down into turn 1, locked it up there again.
Wow.
There you see in between, he's in between Meyer Alzot, and I believe that may be, I'm not sure if that's Tristan Herbert right there in front of him. Not sure. We'll have to see as they come through, coming out of turn 2. And yes, indeed, that is. Yeah, that is Tristan Herbert. So Collier, that car is really, really loose going out of turn 3. He's doing everything he can to try to catch Bob Connor, who, incidentally, blew a motor last week in New Hampshire trying to run the road course. Came home, or 2 weeks ago, came home, has changed the motor, put a 1200 in, which is what we used to run here. 1200, 1250s. It's not one of the new FZ09s or MT09s.
They're running.
This is a very underpowered motor that Bob has. And Bob actually had a cylinder problem this morning.
Oh, my.
That's why he did not go out to qualify. Couldn't get it going quite well. Has another motor sitting in the trailer waiting. We all collectively said if we have a problem tonight, we're all changing that motor. We've done it before. We'll do it again.
So does he have a 4-cylinder motor sitting in the trailer to go in, or does he have one of the Yamahas to go in?
No, he has another Yamaha. He does not have one of the MT or the FZ09s.
Okay, so the big difference there, so they're both, is that the motor that Collier is running, when you say an FZ or an MT09, those are 3-cylinder engines.
Correct.
As opposed to a 4-cylinder 900.
I think Collier has a 1250 in there. I don't think either one of them.
So they've got the same.
Which is air cooled, right? The new MT and the FZ are water cooled. So the MT09 is the newer one out of the of those. So
a more modern motor and runs. I mean, you could if you want to go pick up an FC09
Yeah.
or an MT, I guess they are called MT09s now.
MT09s run you about,
store.
they'll run you about 10 grand.
Yep.
Greg, let's pick up this H production battle again
Yes,
because right now I just watched. I am not seeing Eric Benazik coming through. As a matter of fact, he is now on pit road.
Indeed.
So
Yep, there he
that's
is.
going to put Mike Kelly ahead of Jack Bana in that number 7 machine in that Volkswagen as well. So Mike Kelly leading H production right now. He's actually just getting passed by Graham Fuller.
All right, so let's jump a little bit further back in H production. They're coming up to the start-finish line now, and that is Chuck Allard, who, with Rick Benazik, bringing his car down the pit lane. Allard now takes over 3rd position. He's in the number 50 Porsche 924. He's got Al Syme in the number 35 Volkswagen Scirocco on his tail. And we've seen here where Syme just does not seem to have the straight line speed, but he's got very good brakes on that car. And he is now pulled up right to the back bumper of the number 50 car as they come into turn 3. Doesn't have overlap yet, but we'll watch here as they head down into turn 5. Now, I mentioned that, Chuck Allard's got 47 years of experience, most of it here racing at, Marlboro and then at Summit Point. I have tried to pass him in an H production car. He has got a very wide Porsche.
Yes, he does.
Doesn't have the rear bumpers slapping around.
He doesn't
like
have
we
a
saw
Frank DeBerzy car.
bumper.
He doesn't have the 8.5 foot wide Frank DeBerzy car, but he definitely
still
has a
tough
wide
pass.
car.
Yeah, exactly.
Al Syme getting that great run out of last time, and that's going to be the battle for the last position on the podium. And we talked about in this GT Pinto, we were watching it earlier on between Drew Erie and Bruce Shelton. They're headed down the hill now into turn 5. Bruce Shelton barely got a lead on Drew Erie. Drew Erie closing up right on the back of that Pinto. And as I talk about that real quick, Greg, I'm going to say Paul Marconi's day, I think, is done. Because, and so is the 24 of Alex Cumming. He just went on the pit as well.
Yeah, and so Marconi's going down the front straight now. That Acura Integra, that B18C motor did not sound very happy at all.
Sounded like it had legend cylinders in there. It didn't have very many.
So we're supposed to have Paul and also Bill Alamari from Radial Tire and Radial Motorsport up here on Monday.
Yep.
They may be up here a little bit earlier.
And so, Greg, let's go back to this H production. Sorry, Spencer, we keep pushing you around a little bit. Marconi's now going through 3. Al Syme has now gotten ahead of Chuck Allard to 3rd, headed up to turn 3. You're going to see that. They're going to come down the hill turn 5. You're going to see that 35. That Volkswagen Scirocco is going to be ahead of that Porsche.
All right, Brian, just got word that our leader here, our overall leader, Tom Beverly, who's had a very quiet race, he's got about 10 seconds on our reigning national champion in GT Light, Graham Fuller, who's running 2nd overall. Tom Beverly going to get the one to go board here the next time by. So let me do this. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Race group number 5. Our open wheel and prototype racers and sports racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 5, ASR, Club Ford, Formula 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE, FE2, FF, FS, FST, FB, FX, P1, P2, SR1, and SR3. Race group number 5, we affectionately call Wings and Things. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
As you were making that call, so Greg, Thomas Beverly now is coming up through turn 8, getting ready to come up turn 9. So he is going to receive the checker the next time by. Already got that one to go board. You've got Meyer Alzot and you've got Tristan Herbert there in front of him. I think you've got one of Jennifer Romes there in front of him as well. So he's going to slow down a little bit. Let Jennifer get that extra one. So there is the checker flag for Thomas Beverly. So everybody else, and now Drew Erie's going to get ahead of
Bruce Shelton.
Bruce Shelton going through there. So it looks like Drew Erie's going to pick up that win.
Wow.
I think that may be Drew Erie's first win here
in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series.
I know what that feeling is like.
Well be.
I know what that feeling is like here when you pick up your first win here. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
this week.
We'll definitely spend a little time on that here this weekend. All right, so taking the win in Super Touring Light, Tom Beverly. Taking the win in GT Light, Graham Fuller. Our E-Production winner, Michael Unger, in his Honda S2000. Paul Marcones, who started at the back of the pack, well, he did bring his car down the pit lane here before completing his final lap of the race. So Unger takes the win in E-Production. Jeremy Butts will finish 4th overall, takes the win in Touring 4. Ted Cahall will finish 5th overall, 2nd in STL. Steve Hunt, who started off on the front row along with Tom Beverly, Steve Hunt will finish 3rd in STL, 6th overall. Kevin Fryer in the most used Mazda MX-5 here at Summit Point. Kevin Fryer in the number 127 car. He's calls Durham, North Carolina his home now. He will finish 7th overall, 2nd in Touring 4, just ahead of Owen Sheffer, who brings his Mazda RX-8 out. Sheffer, the number 18 car, finishes 8th overall. Kevin Conlon comes home 4th in STL in the number 114 Mazda Miata. And then in the Battle of the Legends cars, Robert Connor takes the win in his Ford sedan. He finishes 10th overall. Kurt Laumeister will finish 11th in his STL Mazda. Robert Cahall finished 12th in his STL Mazda. Michael Collier in his Legends car will finish 13th overall. Jennifer Romes will finish 14th overall. Joseph Smoot in his Mazda RX-7 will finish 2nd in E-Production, 15th. As you mentioned, Drew Erie takes the win over Bruce Shelton in GT Pinto. Drew finishes 16th. Shelton finishes 17th. Then we got John Moyer, Caleb Crandall, both in STL Mazdas, 18th and 19th. And great to see Jim Karamanis in his SPU Mercury Bobcat. He brings home his car, the 172 machine, in 20th. In H Production, because now that I've gotten down to 20th, we can go to that H Production field, Brian.
There we go.
All right, Mike Kelly taking the win in H Production in his Volkswagen Golf. He's out of Fayetteville, Pennsylvania. Jack Bana coming all the way from Bluebell, Pennsylvania. He finishes 2nd in the number 7 Volkswagen Cabriolet. Then we have Al Syme. Al Syme finishes 3rd in his Scirocco, with Chuck Allard finishing in 4th. Mike McQueen 5th. Troy McBain 6th. Then Meyer Alzot, Tristan Herbert. And then Ryan Moran and Rick Benazik rounding out the H Production field. Congratulations to John Watts, our sole racer in Spec RX-7. He finishes in 36th position. All right. So, Brian, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back here in just a few moments with more action from Summit Point Raceway. But first, let's talk a little bit about our great partner helping you to bring you all these events all season long. That's OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the 2024 edition of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented this weekend by Radial Tire Company, the great folks with Radial Tire Company and Radial Motorsport, as well as the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And we've had our share of we call the tin top cars, the production-based cars out here today, and some of the GT cars as well in our last group. But heading out on track right now are our open wheel, prototype, and sports racers, primarily open wheel and winged cars here, Brian. And we had 16 drivers at qualifying times this morning. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting in 16th from Moyock, North Carolina, that is the 81 of Jeff Baskin. Starting in the 15th position, in the number 62 from Gloucester, Virginia, that's Harrison Southworth. Starting in the 14th position from Williamsburg, Virginia, in the number 41, that's Bill Macy. Starting in the 13th position from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, good to see this driver back, in the number 61, Samuel Iyer. Starting in the 12th position from Herndon, Virginia, that's the 44 of Dan Carney. Starting in the 11th position from Culpeper, Virginia, that's the 28 of John Vidovich. Starting in the 10th position from Moncton, Maryland, that's the 20, that's Douglas Fisher. Starting in the 9th position from Henrico, Virginia, that's the number 22 of Mark Walthu. Starting in the 8th position from Cockeysville, Maryland, the 2 of Wayne Nicolette. Starting in the 7th position from New Fairfield, Connecticut, the 16 of Stephen Rue. Starting in the 6th position from Franklinville, New Jersey, that's the 27 of Jacob King. Starting in the 5th position from Midlothian, Virginia, in the number 14, that's Carl Lennox Barberu. Starting in the 4th position from Laurel, Maryland, that's the 43 of Leslie Walker. Starting in the 3rd position from Oakton, Virginia, the 45 of Chuck Moran. And starting on your front row from Herndon, Virginia, starting in the 2nd position in that 11, that's the father, that's Justin Huffman. And starting on the pole from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, that's the 89 of Jameson Huffman.
All right, and with the pace car on the pit lane, turns things over to our pole sitter, the younger. It's Jameson Huffman, who has the track record here at FE2. Brian took it from his father, Justin, last year. Green flag is now in the air, and we are underway. And I don't think Jameson made it. Grid. And
or
I think
if he did, he started in the back.
Or he's having some transponder issues. We'll check it out here in just a moment. But yeah, only his father. His father leads through turn 1, and then Chuck Moran and his Crossley, the Formula Continental, taking the field. Now we talked taking over second. Now we talked in the last group, Brian, about that great field of H production cars. We've got 7 Club Ford racers. Those are for the first and second generation Formula Fords. And then we've got a 4-car fight in Formula Continental here as well. And we'll have to watch that, as it appears as though Jake King, who was your fastest Club Ford racer in qualifying, he's taken the point over Wayne Nicolette. Now, we know that when Jake started racing in these Club Fords, 2 years ago, it was actually in a chassis that Wayne Nicolette had, I believe. But this is now Jake King's own machine. And Mark Walthu settling into second. And interesting to note with Nicolette, so that yellow number 2 Lola, the Lola T340, it's a 1973 chassis, Brian. Wayne has been racing that car since new. He has been racing that car and that car alone for 35 years.
Wow.
All right, we've got a driver off in turn 10 into the gravel trap, trying to find his way out. Well, if he's going to find his way out, it's going to be backwards, because the rear end of that car is facing us, and I believe it is one of our Club Fords. And we'll get the number on that car in just a brief moment.
And Greg, that has put a lot of gravel out on the racetrack coming out of turn 10. So when our group comes back around, we're going to have to see, again, you're going to have a standing yellow there out of 10, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be tricky trying to get through those gravel.
I think it may be the 44 of Dan Carney, actually, the Formula F. It looked like either, and there we go. We just get confirmation from our workers at turn 10, and we have gone to a full course caution here at Summit Point Raceway, and I think our first, not our first, our second full course caution of the day, as the safety car just now sees our overall leader drive right by him. So we'll see. It's going to be another lap before the safety car picks up our leader. That is Justin Huffman, and they're gonna deploy the safety car. It's gonna come through our little crossover road. Hopefully, pick up Justin Huffman as he comes out of 2.
He's coming out of 2 now.
I don't think he's.
Graham's gonna have to be super quick.
I don't think that Pontiac has that kind of pace, Brian.
Nope.
I mean, we always joke about Graham having to drive the wheels off that Pontiac, but we just know that they're barely held on to begin with. So
I mean, we clean the windows, but that's not going to make it faster.
No, certainly. Well, less drag. maybe a little bit faster. All right, so we are now. We have 2 laps in the books now. We are under full course caution. Your leader is Justin Huffman, and he is now, as best we can tell, the only Formula Enterprise 2 machine out in the field. We don't think Jameson Huffman, his son, took the green flag. Chuck Moran leads our cadre of Formula Continentals. We've got he's running second in the number 45 Crossley. Then we've got Leslie Walker in his Van Diemen, Carl Lennox Barbrew. They're rounding out. Actually, I guess that's 3 cars, and because the fourth one is Jeff Baskin, who did not take the green flag. Jake King leads Club Ford. He's running 5th overall. Wayne Nicolette 2nd. Steve Rue in his Formula F. And I guess now he's the only Formula F to take the green flag here today. And let's take a look here. And it's a shame that Jeff Baskin couldn't make it.
I was going to say he didn't make it out either.
Yeah, he planned to come up from, and I think he was out for qualifying.
Sure.
From Moyock, North Carolina, representing the North Carolina region. And he is an airplane mechanic for the Virginia National Guard. So who knows? Maybe he may have gotten called to duty, but we did see him in the paddock with that beautiful number 81 machine, green with black livery, and hopefully we'll see him. Again, this is only the first of 4 races. Hopefully we'll see him a little bit later this weekend. We do have Leslie Walker in the field, also in a Van Diemen, and this is his first year driving a Continental, but I believe he started off racing Formula Fords. He's been racing now for 21 years. And is currently running 2nd in Continental behind Chuck Moran.
One group that I don't see out here, Greg, that we always get at least 1 or 2 of them, and that's in those Formula Vs.
Yeah.
Those Formula Vs not here this week. I'm wondering if they are running elsewhere, somewhere for Labor Day.
All right, well, we do have our emergency services team responding to the 44 car in the gravel trap. Well, let's see. If we bring the ticker away, if we take the time, there we go. Now we can see them working on getting that number 44 out. And again, the 44 car, he's pointed the wrong way. He's nose to nose with that emergency services vehicle right there.
The rear end of that car is buried
Very
pretty deep in that.
Yeah, well, we saw when the car came to a stop, Brian, he was gunning the throttle, trying to get the car out. And given how little ground clearance most of the cars in this group have, once you go a little bit, they're going to end up high-sided basically on the gravel as the tires dig in.
Now's when we need a radio to Justin to say, "Hey, give us a wave," in the car. If somebody's got a radio.
Well, maybe if Jameson hears us, he can radio Dad and have him wave.
Maybe if they even have a radio, I'm not sure. It's a good thing we don't have the RaceNet on the coverage, so you can.
That's right. That was kind of funny. Apparently, some of our pit lane workers were complaining about when the 44 car started gunning the throttle. It started kicking gravel all the way across the track surface towards the pit wall. And they are getting the 44 car now pulled out from the gravel trap. I want to thank our Turn 5 cameraman for
coming back to work.
He's
been on and off.
Laziest robotic guy at Summit Point this weekend.
There you can see if you go to turn 10, you can see turn 10.
So Brian, here's something, and I've never heard of this ailment before.
I just heard that too. But
the 44 car is not going to be rejoining the field. But it says a lot as to how he got in the gravel trap. The word is that his brake pedal fell off.
Nice. Well, brakes are overrated.
Very much so.
Just downshift. You don't need to use it.
That's right. That's what engine braking is for. Oh my gosh.
You can see our producer back here. He's trying to make, pushing on it, pushing on the fake brake pedal.
So what they're going to do is they're going to bring that car up into the grassy area, and rather than take it back to the paddock right now, they want to be able to get this race back underway. Also, I think there's a challenge there if the driver doesn't have a brake pedal.
It's going to be hard to stop.
They're probably going to want to flat tow that car back, exactly, because if he's under tow, there's a chance that he could end up going right into the back of the tow truck that's pulling him. So, and I know you said it, Brian. Our turn 5 cameraman.
Employee. Yeah, union employee.
Hey, let's
work 30 seconds. You got to take a 10-minute break.
Mike Collins would be proud.
So it sounds like, sorry, Greg. I was going to say it sounds like our pace car is getting ready to come off. Come off the track this time. So we're going to go by. So again, keep in mind, we still have some of that gravel in these open wheel cars. It's going to take a lap or two for it to just completely get out of the way.
Right.
So if I'm Chuck Moran, I better hope I got a good shield on my helmet, because I have a feeling Justin's going to be kicking up some rock
as they come out of turn 10 under speed. Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so when we go back to racing here this time by, we will have 7 laps to go, so we're about halfway through. Let me do this, Brian. Before we go back to green, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for a Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Bracket racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Bracket racers, to the grid, please. All right, pace car, safety car. Now on the pit lane, turning things over back to Justin Huffman out of Herndon, Virginia, in his Formula Enterprise 2 machine. And there it is. Green flag is back in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point. Let's see, Brian. Did that little bit of visor help Chuck Moran? I don't know, but Carl Lennox Barbrew, who's done his share of national racing in Formula Continental, he pulls along Leslie Walker for a moment there just as they head into the braking zone going into turn 1. We'll see here as they come out from behind the trees whether or not he was able to make the pass. He was not able to. So Walker holds on to second in Formula Continental. In Club Ford, right behind those two drivers, Jake King holding off Wayne Nicolette on the start, and then Doug Fisher in Club Ford, although Steve Rue in his Formula F, and now our only remaining Formula F, they're mixed right in the middle.
Cameraman's back. Told you, 30 seconds got to work and then 10-minute break. I tell you what, though, you talked about Carl Lennox Barbrew. I tell you, what a great start, though,
yes.
On that restart. Was able to get a complete, a completely just phenomenal start going off the driver's right. I think it kind of, surprised Leslie Walker. I don't think he thought that he was going to be there. And I think Barbrew got in there so hot going down into turn 1, he almost had to check up a little bit more. As you can see, Jake King coming off of turn 10, headed down towards the start-finish line. You're going to see it right there. He came off of turn 10 and moved immediately back to driver's right, coming off the apex of that turn to stay away from that gravel.
Yeah, exactly. So that is definitely it. Impacting our racers as they come out of turn 10 over there and impacting their line through there. Luckily for Jake King, he had built up enough an advantage over Wayne Nicolette that it did not impact his pace. And as they come now down into turn number 3, King now with about 10 car lengths on Nicolette, directly behind Nicolette in his Wyvern SR1 is Steve Rue. Again, he's our sole Formula F racer remaining on track, and then we've got Doug Fisher, Mark Walthu, in Club Ford.
Well, Steve Rue now is going to get in between Nicolette and Jacob King, so especially coming down into turn 5, Rue's going to get in between there, so that's going to give Jake King just a little bit of an advantage. Again, when they came out of turn 10, we talked about this. King went to driver's right the minute he had a chance to, and Rue stayed straight. And Nicolette tried to make that move as well to get away from the rocks and the gravel up there, but that allowed Rue to go by him. So King's got a pretty big, sizable lead now coming out of turn 10, headed down towards the start-finish line over Wayne Nicolette in that 2 machine.
Yep, as they now come down, and there they are on screen coming towards the start-finish line, and it looks as though that has separated out Jake King from Wayne Nicolette just a little bit. Now, a little bit further back in the field, Brian, Mark Walthu, and I think we'll see them coming into turn 10 here momentarily. We got Doug Fisher and Mark Walthu running third and fourth in Club Ford. Oh, actually, take that. Let's.
They're in turn 3 right now, and
Yeah.
they were side by side right there going up.
Yeah.
Going up the hill. So pretty good run by both of them. They came out of turn 2 side by side with Fisher and Walther and Samuel Iyer right behind them. So pretty good battle there between those three as they head down into turn 5, coming through the carousel right now. Again, they start to spread out a little bit. That's Steve Rue, I believe. That's Wayne Nicolette right there. Now here's
that
Fisher,
battle.
Walther and Iyer.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that they were that close. So Walther, this is his 33rd year of racing. Brian, he was our 1994 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Formula Ford champion. So we're looking at, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
He won his first championship here with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Said his dad took him as a 13-year-old to the 1975 United States Grand Prix at Watkins Glen, and he was hooked forever on Formula Ford, Formula car racing. That Formula Ford at the time, what influenced his decision to start there was that those cars were a support race for that Grand Prix. And, of course, the Club Ford that he's racing right now was a period correct Formula Ford from back in 1975.
I'll tell you what, the battle that they've kind of gone through with them two, that has actually taken Samuel Iyer now. Coming up out of turn 3. There goes Samuel Iyer. He is now ahead of Fisher and Walther. So, again, they started the battle going side by side, and that just propelled Samuel Iyer to get in front of both of them. So, again, move Samuel Iyer now. He's going to be moving up into third in that Club Ford race behind Jacob King and Wayne Nicolette. Again, pretty big sizable lead between King and Nicolette over Iyer, but if everything holds up as they come out of the turn 6, headed to turn 7 now, you're going to see the next lap when your timing and scoring updates. You should see Samuel Iyer up into third place in Club Ford. A good run out of turn 2 he got coming through there. Here they come now to turn 10. A little bit sideways there for Samuel Iyer here. A lot of pressure on that right rear tire. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold off. Looks like that may be Fisher going by the start-finish line. That's going to be behind Samuel Iyer. So we'll see whether or not it's Doug Fisher, because he got through turn 10 relatively decent, more than Iyer, unless Iyer's really got that car set up to be a little loose coming off there.
All right, so Brian, we talked when we came back from lunch. Greg McDermott, who's director of club racing here for the Washington D.C. region of the SCCA, he's put it in the chat now too. So it is.
There we go. It is official.
It's not Instagram or Facebook official. It's YouTube official. Greg McDermott says that if we hit 900 subscriptions, he will make a $500 donation to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. And you heard it here first. If we hit 1,000, which is we need 124 subscriptions in that time, he will donate $1,000. So go ahead and do it. We know that there are a bunch of you watching right now. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, it doesn't cost you anything, and it won't impact your life in any way, shape, or form. Go ahead, click that subscribe button, and Greg will thank you later once we empty his checkbook.
The Boys and Girls Club will thank you even more.
Absolutely, they will.
Let's remember, it is for charity, but let's take some money out of Greg's pocket.
That's right. All right, so next time our leader, and that is Justin Huffman, next time he crosses the start-finish line, he will get the one-to-go board here. So, Brian, let me do this because the grid's looking a little empty. Let's call those bracket racers up to the grid. Attention in the paddock, bracket racers. Race group number, what group? Race group number 6. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Bracket racers, please head to the grid.
So you got one lap to go. Justin Huffman working his final lap of this race, so working lap 13 right now. Just now going down into turn 1, getting ready to come out of turn 2. Looks like he's going to come up on the back gearbox there of one of our Club Fords. I believe that's going to be Bill Mazie in that 41 machine. So probably we'll put a lap on him unless he decides to back out or let Bill. Looks like he's going to get around him. Headed down the hill, down into turn 4, into turn 5. So, again, Justin Huffman in that FE2 machine running his final lap which subsequently will make sure that when everybody else crosses that line, they're going to get that one to go board, and he will be coming to the checker.
Wow, Wayne Nicolette. Apparently they're not worried about the gravel anymore because Wayne Nicolette, as he crossed the line here, he got all the way out to the edge of the curbing at the exit of turn number 10, where I think actually some remains of the number 44 car is still sitting in the gravel trap. But he managed to continue on as Justin Huffman comes out of turn 10. Checkered flag is in the air, and Justin Huffman, our sole racer today in Formula Enterprise 2, will take the overall win. Coming out of turn 10 now, Chuck Moran, who's your Formula Continental leader, driver the number 45, Crossley, he takes the checker. Here he is coming over the line. He'll finish second overall, taking the win over Leslie Walker. Walker in, no, I take that back, as Carl Lennox Barbrew, as they came out of turn 10, had gotten around Leslie Walker. So Lennox Barbrew finishes second in Formula Continental, third overall. Walker will finish third in class. He takes the bronze, fourth overall. And now coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight and taking the win in Club Ford, Jake King in his Royale with cheese. Royale RP24 runs his fastest lap of the race on the last lap. We're going to have Steve Rue, our sole Formula F racer. He's going to now cross the line. He finishes sixth overall. Wayne Nicolette finishing second in Club Ford, with Sam Iyer finishing in third. All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series Bracket Racers. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. Race group 6, Bracket Racers. Please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a little break, but as we do, we're going to tell you about a little bit about one of our great partners here with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. That's Belmont Classic Cars.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati. And we've got Spencer Gaynor sitting in the chair right behind us, pushing all the buttons, making us look good. And I want to thank all the people who've said some wonderful things about us this weekend, and even the ones of you who haven't. And if you haven't done so already, go ahead and go and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region. It'll take some money out of Greg McDermott's pocket.
I thought you were going to say, go ahead and talk nice to
Yeah.
talk nice about us.
We'll
Right?
do that.
If you haven't done it already, please do that.
Yeah,
That's
please
what I
do
thought it was. Spencer's saying the same thing. That's where we thought you were going.
My job is to keep you all on your toes. All right, we've got coming up now our first of 5 bracket races here this weekend, Brian. And of course, we've talked about the bracket racing here in the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, which reminds me, I need to make a small little change to our timing and scoring system. Here we go. I think we got it now. There we go. Here, as we'll talk a little bit more about how the brackets are done up and everything here is a little bit later, but we did have 31 drivers set qualifying times earlier today. I'm going to give you the top 20. So starting 20th today, in the number 127 Mazda MX-5, the Venori's Financial Services machine, it's Jeff Liller. David Alessi is going to start 19th. He's in the number 82 Pucker Up Racing Nissan Sentra. Starting 18th, driving the number 134 Paco's Parts House Honda CRX, Chuck Edmondson. Say that 10 times. Steve Martin is driving the number 50 In-N-Out Performance Ford Mustang. He starts 17th today. Albert Siciliano is in his Audi TT Quattro 225. Is that like a Buick Electra 225? I doubt it. He's from Ashburn, Virginia. He's starting 16th today. David Albrecht is in his Honda Civic. He starts 15th today in the number 33 machine. Dennis Jenkins starting 14th. He's from Ocean City, Maryland, in the Tontine Pyramid Schemes BMW 318 Ti. When I hear about pyramid schemes, I get a little concerned. See if he can continue to pay for his racing that way. All right. Scheduled to start 13th today. He had some problems in qualifying. Don't think he's going to make it out for today's race. Driving the Pucker Up Racing Half-Assed Motorsports BMW, Chris Benedetto. Murphy Nichols is in the Smoketown Brewing NGSC Nissan 300ZX. The number 55 car starts 12th. Michael Palsinski's from Dickerson, Maryland. He's in a BMW 325, the 152 car, starting 11th. Brian McRae, great to see Brian back here. He gets a lot of seat time in that Scion FRS, Brian. If it's not road racing, it's time trials and autocross and hill climbs as well. And he is starting 10th today on the field in the number 98 machine. Frank Alessi's driving his Honda Prelude. He's from Scottsville, Virginia. The number 43 car starts 9th. Ray Richuba is in his Ford Mustang. The Woodbine, Maryland driver will start 8th today. Jerome Welty, we saw him a little bit earlier today in the small bore race. The Porsche Spec Boxster driver will start 7th today in the number 39 car. Nick Jones, and here's a big surprise, Brian. Nick Jones, who usually starts on the front row, must be on the front row. In the number 178 GT2 Chevy Camaro, he's going to start 6th today. He's from Annapolis, Maryland. Richard Herman will start 5th. He's in the number 21 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's from Wayne, Pennsylvania. Scheduled to start 4th. Again, having some issues during qualifying. Well, should not be out this race. Representing Doggone Racing, Brad Gould. Keith Frazier in the alltackle.com Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Annapolis, Maryland, starting 3rd. And your front row today in the car he affectionately calls Ghost. Driving number 3 BMW 328 IS from Hedgesville, West Virginia, the number 20 car of Chris Graham. And your pole sitter today, driving the Surf Shop Spec Race Ford Gen 3 from Gibson Island, Maryland, the number 81 car, Stephen Shue.
Nick Jones is going to start in the back of the field, Greg. He's not going to start up there in his scheduled 6th position. When I looked out here, he is all the way in the back. So you can see there is the Stephen Shue machine and the Christopher Graham getting ready to start.
And so I didn't know this. So as the pace car now onto the pit lane, didn't know this about Nick. He is a marine diesel mechanic. And actually, his car has a nickname as well. We know that Chris Graham's, as the green flag is in the air. So we know Chris Graham's white BMW is called Ghost. Nick Jones's Chevy Camaro is called White Trash.
Not sure what happened, but our back half of our field just did not go anywhere.
Yeah, big gap, big separation there as the rest of the field is coming out. Want to mention here, and just now crossed the start-finish line. There it is. The orange Mazda RX-3 of Weech and Sarabon. That is John Cummings' old car.
Oh, okay.
Used to be an ITA car, was then turned into a GT3 car. I used to race against that car quite often. I ended up about 20 feet deep in the gravel trap after coming together with that car many years ago. Gravel trap at turn 1, not my fault, by the way, and I will carry that to my grave. But great to see that car back on track. Also, Thomas Myers, who's watching us on the YouTube feed here today. Thanks for checking in, Thomas. He said his kid, his 3rd grade teacher, is out in the field today. And so here's the question: does Thomas not know what grade his child is in?
I was going to say, because I thought Leanne was a 2nd grade teacher based with what she said to us.
Yeah, that's right. Leanne told us that she was a 2nd grade teacher. So maybe Thomas's kid got held back here.
Maybe she moved. Maybe he moved up, or she moved up to a different. Now she's a 3rd grade teacher.
That's right. So
school just started.
Exactly. Yeah. There you go. So school's just starting back up, and she has been doing high performance driver education events with the DC region for the last 2 years, and I saw her this year at our competition licensing school. She did quite a good job. So great to see her out on track. And I want to thank Ben Foles for saying that he loves the live feed as well. So Brian, let's talk a little bit about bracket racing here. I know we explain this seemingly every single event, but we should do so here today. Very much, to some extent, like drag race bracket racing. The difference is in drag racing, if you break out of your bracket, you say, oh, here's as fast as I'm going to go. If you go faster than that time, you're disqualified, essentially.
Correct.
Well, we don't have that happen here. What we do is we break the running order up into slices of 2 seconds, and you want to try and stay in your 2-second slice. But if you break out of that, then it's a problem. All right, we've got a car that is off at turn 6 over in the carousel, and that is the Honda Civic. I think that is that the Albrecht car that is off right there? David Albrecht, I believe, out of Stafford, Virginia.
Or is that Matt Phillips on the 26? Well, no, he's in a Civic. So that's
right, well, it is. Yeah. So Matt Phillips is also in a Civic, and we didn't run down Matt Phillips' name, who's in the Misfit Auto Works Honda Civic. That is, I think, a blue 2000 or 2001 Honda Civic SI that he has brought down here. So I believe that's the Albrecht car that is currently off. And so, so what we do is we slice the track up into 2-second slices. You want to stay in your 2-second slice or bracket. If you break out of that bracket, well, you're now competing against folks that are in the bracket higher than you, they may be quite a bit further up the road.
And that actually is the 33 of David Albrecht
Yeah.
that is pulled off there, right there in the carousel as cars go by. He's going to park it over there, driver's right, going to get out, go to the flag station, hang out
Have a beer.
with those
Well, maybe
guys.
not have a
Well,
beer.
let's hope he doesn't have that. But, when he got out of the car, our leaders there with Stephen Shue and Keith Frazier going right by, and the corner worker was just, hey, we got to get out of here.
Yeah.
We've seen the way your group races. Let's get out of here.
Come with us.
Right. Quickly.
And yeah, as we see here, we just had two racers side by side going through the carousel.
So as we get back to the bracket, right, as you were talking about, Greg, so it is in that 2-second increments, right? Not only are you racing the individuals on the racetrack just as you do in any other class or group, you're also racing the clock.
Right.
So if you run under the time, you run faster than kind of the lap before, you move up into another bracket. So you're either doing one of two things. One, you are either racing the individual in front of you, or B, you could be racing the car 2 or 3 miles ahead of you.
Well, hopefully not 3 miles on
Well,
a 2-mile course.
Well, that would be
But,
a mile and a half. That could
it'd
be. They
a-
could be in turn 3.
Yeah,
so.
you could be a lap down.
Right. So, right now when we look at these, again, 2 laps in already or 3 laps in, you end up with Christopher Graham, Stephen Shue, and now Keith Frazier. They're in that A4 bracket, which is 121 to 123. Then you go back a little bit further, and you have the 99 machine, and then you've got the 62 Dennis Jenkins, Steve Martin in the 50, and Nick Jones, who started well back in the back in that 178. That's in bracket B1. That's 125 to 127. So you can see where you have all those.
All right, Brian, we just had a car go off over coming out of turn 3. Went for a pretty wild ride, dropped the wheel into the gravel track, came all the way across the driver's left, done a spin through the grass. He has now finally continued. I'll try and get the number on that car in just a moment. And we also have a car off, and I think this might be over in the turn 3 gravel trap. It is the 55 car.
And
Brian,
that's
that
our
is Murphy
friend.
Nichols.
That's our friend Murphy Nichols. So his internet's gone out on his car. So he is.
Yeah, and so we're getting a request to move that car immediately. So we are going to be going to a full course caution. Yeah, and a matter of fact, I think we just saw the flag waving. It's just out of our camera's view. They're over by turn 3 to the right-hand side of that screen, and I think that might be what precipitated the other car spinning coming through 3 as they went to avoid. Now, real quickly, I pinned at the top of the chat, Brian, here on YouTube, a link that you can go to see the live timing and scoring for the bracket racing, because what we have on the screen doesn't tell the whole story. It actually breaks these racers up into those different time slices. So, again, as you were saying, in bracket A4, which is for drivers, running a minute 21 to a minute 23. Chris Graham, Steve Shue, Keith Frazier, Nick Jones running 4th in that bracket. And then we go to the B1 bracket. That's for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 27. We've got Dennis Jenkins, Ray Rachuba in his Ford Mustang, Michael Palasinski in his BMW 325, Steve Martin in his Ford Mustang. Those are the 4 racers there. Then in bracket B2 for drivers a minute 27 to a minute 29, Frank Alessi and Richard Herman. Paging Mr. Herman. Let's see. Jerome Welty in his Spec Boxster, the Soul Racer in B3. That's for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31. And then we've got in bracket B4 for a minute 31 to a minute 33, Albert Siciliano. Yep, and we can see here on the pace car cam, there's Murphy Nichols in the gravel trap.
Yep, there he is.
There on the left-hand side of the screen. So Albert Siciliano, then Chuck Edmondson, Jeff Liller, Murphy Nichols, who probably isn't going to stay 3rd in that group the next time our drivers come by, David Alessi, and David Albrecht. And we just got, actually, just before they went on track, some info about let's get it here. He says last name is not Silencio, but Siciliano. Sicilian with an O at the end.
Oh, of
And he
course.
says we called him that in 2021. And no offense, Albert.
I don't remember what we did yesterday. let
Yeah,
alone-
and I wasn't on the call back in 2021. We're gonna blame that on Bob Steele. Anyway, so
Actually, that
Albert
probably would have been Scott, and
yeah.
can't think of who else was up here.
Oh gosh. Oh,
Probably
gosh.
me.
Yeah, it might have been you. He said he started driving at some point as part of the FAT program many years ago. Did some races in SSM, and then also started doing time trials as well. And we'll make sure to, if we're going to mess up his name, we'll do it tomorrow because that's when his friends and family are going to be here. All right. So again, we are under full course caution here at Summit Point as we're working to get that car out of the turn 3 gravel trap.
Not sure if they're going to get Albrecht's car out of turn 7 either. They may leave that there
I have
until
a
the
feeling,
end.
given it's been there now for a couple laps,
Yeah,
everybody's seen it.
I think they're leaving it up to turn 7 to decide whether or not they want to get it out. I mean,
There is the conga line behind the safety car.
if I'm David Albrecht, I'm doing everything I can to get it pulled off so I can come work on it.
Yeah, exactly. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7, Spec Miata. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid now. Your race is next. Spec Miata racers, race group number 7, please head to the grid. That reminds me, I haven't gotten any text messages from Mike Collins today.
He may know what time we're going on.
All right, so they have retrieved the number 55 Nissan, the Murphy Nichols car, from that gravel trap. They're disconnecting it.
Looks
And
got a
it
cut tire there.
it sounded like he had a tire go down. So yeah, that's the same thing as the loss of internet connectivity, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
There you go. So it looks like they're gonna bring that Nissan over to the little crossover road that runs between the front straight and the little short chute into 3, and maybe bring them back into the paddock. But looks like Murphy Nichols' race is now done. As the rest of the field still trying to close things up and pack up behind the safety car. And I think, Brian, there's only one car remaining, and that hasn't gotten there, and that is the Chevy Corvette of Robert Garrett.
Well, they
42
waved him
machine.
around, so it looks like our pace car Graham picked him up because he was pretty close to the 20 of Christopher Graham. Waved him back around, all the way around. He is now, I believe, should have gotten to the tail end of the field right now. I'm not sure where he went. That he's not. There he is now,
Yeah,
coming through turn 3. So.
All right, and you just saw our emergency services team moving Murphy Nichols back to a safe spot as Graham Taylor, our safety car driver, bringing the field up underneath the bridge. We're going to go back to Green Flag Racing this next time by, and this will probably be Thomas Myers' job tomorrow. Thomas is our other not Thomas Myers, I'm sorry. Ed Bailey, who's our other safety car driver. He was doing 3 football games today. I don't know if he's officiating, or God knows, I hope he's not playing in 3 separate football games today. But he'll be back here tomorrow as the safety car now on the pit lane.
No, he's not. Still out there.
We got at least one more lap under full course caution.
I think we're trying to let the 47 there of Garrett catch back up to the field.
All right, well, we've got 6 laps remaining here, or 13 minutes and change. Let's do this, Brian. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And Brian, we gotten word that safety car is coming in this next time by.
Yeah, coming in this time, but we also have another car over there in turn 7. That I think is the 127 that they made the call in
Of
Jeff Liller. So you've got Albrecht and Liller over there. sitting in turn 7. So
we were joking about how many drivers it's had this year. Maybe it's finally given up.
going to end up
I
having
don't wanna
more
say giving up-
drivers than we have workers.
Yeah,
over there.
I don't want to say giving up the ghost because then Chris Graham will pull in also. But yeah, that car's had its share. Also, want to thank Mr. Bidwell for correcting me that I thought that Matt's. What did I just say? Matt Phillips's Honda Civic was a 2001. It's an EP Series Civic 2001 to I think 2004, 2005, and he said that Matt's edition is a 2004, which they affectionately call the Blue Turd. It's an ITA. That I think that car now is an ITA spec car, if I remember correctly. And Mr. Bidwell says he drove it to a first and second in STU last weekend at pit race.
There you go.
So maybe it's not much of a turd any longer. But Matt was here racing it here last year or at the Labor Day Double, and I think his wife took her driver's school in that car as well. All right, pace car on the pit lane, turning things over to Chris Graham. And green flag back in the air. We're back to racing here. 5 laps remaining now here in our bracket race. And we'll go and we'll give you a rundown on the different brackets here in a few more moments as these drivers go and get up to speed.
We'll see whether or not Shu and Frazier can work together and see if they can't catch that Christopher Graham. The other thing is Nick Jones has worked his way all the way up to 7th overall, getting ready to make a pass right now on the Michael Palasinski in that 152 machine. So, again, he's going to move up not only overall, but it looks like he's going to try to run and catch down Christopher Graham and Stephen Shu and Keith Frazier this time. So, again, Nick Jones starting all the way in the back, going to take that Camaro and work his hardest to get back up. With that double yellow, where he had to work to get up to 7th place, that actually cooled those tires and those brakes down. So this is like a brand new restart for him. Yeah.
All right, so we were talking a little bit about Matt Phillips. Let's tell you a little bit about the driver that's just ahead of him on track and in the same B5 bracket. That's for drivers at a minute 33 and above. Rick Millenback, who's out here on track. He's in the Windsor Customs Pour le Vin, which I think means pour the wine, Mazda Miata. And he lives out in Alexandria. He's representing Northern California here this weekend, where he works for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which shows my lack of intelligence, Brian, because I have no idea what that is. But he is a 6-time SCCA Solo 2 and Autocross Regional and Division champion. And he's gone to Solo Nats 4 times. I don't think he's going to be going to Solo Nats this year. They start, I think, on Monday.
Yeah.
Or Tuesday, pardon me. And so many people are heading out there now. But he is, again, racing a Mazda Miata. We got a local caution over at turn 8 where we've got the 79 car is off track currently. By turn 8.
I don't show a 79.
Or 79, pardon me, yeah.
I don't show a 79 on our listing. So
as soon as we get an updated number, we'll let you know.
It's a yellow machine. Oh, it may be the 9.
9 car.
It may be Sarah Brown, which one you were talking about in that Mazda RX-3. It may be him over there. So looks like.
All right, Brian, get word with that car off that the next time our leader comes by, that's Chris Graham, he'll get the checkered flag. And, hey, look at that. He crosses the line. Checkered flag is in the air. So race being checkered a little bit early for our bracket racers as we have another car currently in an unsafe spot. We'll run down some of these brackets for you here in just a moment as soon as a couple more of our racers cross the line. But with that, let me make a final call to the grid, Brian, for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. So let's run things down here, Brian. In our A4 bracket, that is for drivers with their fastest laps in 1:21 to 1:23. Chris Graham in his BMW 325 takes the win. Stephen Shu in his Spec Racer Ford finishes second. Nick Jones will finish in third. And Jones worked his way all the way up to third overall on track too. Keith Frazier in his Spec Racer Ford will finish in fourth. For drivers, 1:25 to 1:27. That is bracket B1. Dennis Jenkins in his BMW 318 takes the win over two Miata drivers, Ray Rachuba and Steve Martin, with Michael Palasinski in his BMW 325 finishing fourth. And then Brian McRae in his Scion FRS getting bumped up to the B1 bracket. He finishes in fifth position. In bracket B2, Frank Alessi in his Honda Prelude takes the win over Richard Herman, paging Mr. Herman, in the number 21 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And then in bracket B3 for drivers 1:29 to 1:31, Jerome Welty in his Boxster, the only one on the track. In bracket B4 for drivers 1:31 to 1:33, it's Albert Siciliano in his Audi TT Quattro 225, the Chuck Edmondson in his Honda CRX, David Alessi in a Nissan Sentra, Jeff Liller, and then Murphy Nichols. And then in bracket B5 for drivers of 1:33 and above, Jed Prentice in his Mazda Miata, Wichon Sarabon in his Mazda RX-3, who we think is the driver that may have gone off on that last lap. Larry Slavinsky in his Ford Fiesta third, Greg Gale fourth, Matt Phillips fifth, fifth. Then John Meyer sixth. Then Robert Garrett seventh, Zach Hollander, Rick Mellabach, Leanne Gesford, and Zach Ryan Kavarik. All right. So Brian, we've made multiple calls for Spec Miata.
Well, it looks like they're all there.
Yeah.
So
let's do this.
It does look like we're going to have some tire wall repair from what I'm hearing, and that is the 70 car that's down there, not the 9.
Not the 9, the 70 machine.
So
that's
70.
Kovarik in the RP Performance Mazda. Brett, looks like Brett's going to have a payday.
Yep.
Anyway, Brett the Pedro from RP Performance, which this is a great segue, Brian.
There you
As
go.
we go and take a little break, let's tell you a little bit about Brett the Pedro and RP Performance. We'll be back in just a few moments.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the 2024 edition of the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He is Brian Donati, and we've got Spencer Gaynor back there pushing some buttons as well, like our little lower third there. It's a nice new addition, wouldn't you agree? As we have our Spec Miata racers heading out on track now for their 13-lap or 26-minute race, whichever may come first. We had 20 drivers set qualifying times this morning. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 20th, driving the number 68, two-man racing Mazda Miata, Dominic Mandiel. Chris Hubert, starting 19th today, he's in the number 41 Seneca Motorsports Mazda. He's in Purcellville, Virginia. Haymarket, Virginia's Vic Bruni will start 18th today. He's in the number 92 car with Ryan Peterman out of Broadview Heights, Ohio. Starting 17th, he's in the number 53 car. George Paul, or what's his name? Rick Paul.
Rick Paul.
Driving the number 02 Mazda Miata out of Amelia Courthouse, Virginia. Starts 16th today. Stephen Figura from Cherryville, North Carolina, in the Seneca Motorsports machine will start 15th. Michael Cohen in the Glass Jacobson Financial Group Mazda from Owens Mills, Maryland, will start 14th, with Kevin Conlon starting in 13th position. That's in the number 114 car. Kurt Laumeister out of Newark, Delaware, is driving the Heritage Brass Mazda. He starts 12th today, with John Iyer starting 11th. John's in the number 19 machine. He's from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. Oakland, New Jersey's Michael LaMena driving the number 88 Cornerstone Financial Advisors car. Brian starts 10th, world-renowned and renowned Michael LaMena, that is. From Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, we've got Caden Iyer. We got LaMena sitting right between the two Iyers here today. Caden Iyer's driving the number 90 Mazda. He starts 9th. Kip Gaynor's in the number 44 SRG Structural Rehabilitation Group Mazda. He starts 8th, with Ted Cahall starting 7th in the 78 car. And my, is it getting dark at Summit Point. We're under an extreme thunderstorm warning here, Brian. Robert Cahall is going to start 6th today in the number 178 car. Then we got John Hotz in the 63 machine from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland. He starts 5th. Jeremy Butts in the 69 car will start 4th. Michael Apatow will start 3rd in the 21, and your front row today, reigning co-national champion Nick Bruni starts on the outside of the front row with David Stern, your pole sitter, as we get the green flag, Brian, and we are underway. Spec Miata racing here at Summit Point.
Stern and Bruni still side by side headed down. That give a little edge to Stern as they head down into turn 1. I tell you what, it's going to be tough whether or not David Stern's going to be able to hold that off going through there against Nick Bruni, because Nick's got the good outside run as they come out of turn 2 and start to head up. There you go. There you're going to see it right there. Nick Bruni's going to put himself in front of David Stern, and then we are 2 wide back behind that between Apatow and the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Apatow's going to get that position, but that's going to put Jeremy Butts. Now throw Ted Cahall in that 78 machine. 4 drivers left, Greg, as they head down the hill into 5.
Hey, and our cameraman's even down there at turn 5. How do you like that? As dark as it may be, big brake lock up there going into turn.
That's going to be Jeremy Butts.
Butts, exactly, in that red number 69, the Coke and a Smile car, Brian. As he gets that car, but he ends up losing. He doesn't lose a position there. But it definitely slows the pack down behind him. Mike LaMena trying to make up a position there. Or no, that was Kip Gaynor, pardon me, in the number 44 machine, trying to get around Robert Cahall in the 178 car as they went through the carousel. We'll see if he's able to get it done as our leaders now coming into turn 10 and onto the front straight. Nick Bruni, again, co-national champion in Spec Miata after having won the championship back in solo in 2022. As our racers now come onto the front straight. There you go. And Stern 2nd, Apatow 3rd, then Butts, then Hotz, Cahall, and Gaynor. I was close because it's Gaynor and then LaMena running 8th and 9th currently.
Tell you what, that David Stern machine, that's a Kalir and Tierboff's old machine. David ran that last year, had an incident with it towards the end of the year. Still running that machine, got it fixed up during the off season, and really coming through. As we look out of turn 3, you're going to see Nick Bruni. He's going to put 2 right side tires there. You can see the smoke now. Everybody's kind of going, and we got 1, 2, 3 cars going off there in turn 3 as well. Again, that's that view, Greg. When you look into somebody else's mirror and you see them go off, you're going further
follow
to the
right
right.
along with them here. Oh wow, look at this, 3 wide almost coming down into turn 5. That was Kip Gaynor, Mike LaMena, and I believe that was also Robert Cahall along with him in the 178 machine. And I think we can now move Kip Gaynor up in the 7th.
When we get that call coming through there, you had the I believe that is going to be the Kurt Laumeister in that 111 machine, and then you've got the 19 of John Ayer. That also went through there as well. Again, that's a product of looking through the mirror or trying to look through the window.
And trusting that the guy in front of you is actually going to keep the car on the track and you following whatever path he's taken.
Yep.
All right, as our leaders now coming down into turn 1, and it is Nick Bruni now opening up a bit of a gap there. About a full second now over David Stern with Apatow and then John Hotz, Jeremy Butts. And, I said that Kip Gaynor had gotten around Robert Cahall. That is not the case. Now, last event back in July, Brian, Robert Cahall finished ahead of Ted Cahall in the battle of the brothers there. And in talking to Mike Collins, my understanding is that that was the very first time that Robert Cahall had beaten his brother here out on track in Spec Miata. So I'm sure Robert is looking to do that again today. If not, he's got 4 more times. So we've got a car off at turn 5. Going, looked like he went through the grass, Brian, before he even got to the turn in there. We'll try and get the number on that car in just a moment. You can see all the dust and dirt
One
in
of
the
them,
air.
sorry, one of them is going to be, and there's another car going off in turn 6 right there. I'm not sure who that is. I'm not sure if there's anything. There may be something on the racetrack, Greg, or it may be starting to sprinkle down there. I don't know, but we've had a couple cars. But I'm not sure of the black car that went down there, but one of them is one of the Airs cars that was collected going through 5. So we'll get a call here on that. Looks like Kevin Conlon in the 114.
And then we heard the 19 of John Air. And then I think we saw one of the Air cars then over at turn 6. And it sounds like that there was contact between those 2 cars coming down into turn 5. So we'll see what the stewards want to do about that after the race. I'm sure that will be written up for them.
Conlon definitely got through, and we'll hear what the other car was. It was one of the orange ones.
So same 2 cars, Brian, over at turn 7. Or actually what we call turn 6 over at the carousel.
Well, Conlon now coming down pit road. He's got some right front damage, and that's from the contact with the 19 of John Ayers. But John Ayers went through the grass and re-entered the racetrack, I should say, all the way over to Station 7.
So we'll see him setting a new track record is what you're saying.
Right, and then we had Steven Figura go through turn 6, go off, and then continued on in the number 4 machine. So a lot happening down there. Again, maybe they all looking at the clouds, down there, because that seemed what happened. I'm not sure what happened with Conlon, but he definitely, when he came over the hill, went driver's left, down, was in the grass trying to collect it, and unfortunately, John Ayers just happened to be going through turn 5.
Yeah, and we're hearing now, obviously, that the 114 car did pick up damage, and as it went back to the paddock.
Yep.
All right, so we are working now lap number 5. Nick Bruni is your leader, David Stern second, and then Michael Apatow third, although John Hotz, who's right on the back of Apatow right now, running in 4th position. They're coming into turn 3 now, and you'll see here the 2 cars locked nose to tail, the 2 white cars. That is Apatow and Hotz, and they are just mere inches apart now as they head down the hill going into turn 5. I was just going to say, as we were talking about David Stern at second, we got Ben Jones, who we know very well here in the D.C. region, and he says, go David Stern.
Ask Ben why he's not racing anymore.
Ben, why are you not racing anymore?
I know you can type, so why are you not racing anymore?
I'm sure he'll tell us momentarily. Here as our field now making their way down through the talent section of the course. And Brian, we were talking about the 14 and the 19 car getting together. The first thing that came to mind was, well, maybe, especially as dark as it has gotten down to the bottom.
You lost where the turn was?
Yeah, well, or that it's actually just starting to drizzle or getting damp down there, but apparently not the case.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the cameras, and I'm not seeing, any of the workers scurrying to get, any type of, umbrellas or raincoats. So I don't believe that it is raining. I just think that, again, not sure what happened with Conlon. Conlon just ended up going driver's left and kept going. As we look, Spencer, let's keep it back there on number 1. Let's go back to camera number 1. You're going to see here, you're going to have Michael Cohen in the 54, and you're going to have the 19. That's John Ayers. They're going side by side through there. John Ayers got a great run out of turn 10 last time by. And was able to run Michael Cohen down. We'll see if he's going to be able to make that stick. Right now, coming out of turn 2, it doesn't look like it. They're still going to be side by side, but now it looks like the 19 of Ayers is going to get ahead of Cohen. He's going to let him go through there. So
let me unmute myself there. You can tell I'm not a professional at this. All right, so couple quick notes here. We talked about the thunderstorm warning that is in play here at Charlestown and Summit Point through 7 p.m. And the track management here at Summit Point has asked you, and because we know that some bad weather is coming in and we are starting to see the wind pick up a little bit, batten down the hatches, folks. Tie down your canopies, anything that is loose around your paddock spots. If you have the opportunity to do that, please do so. Do so now, because we know we have weather rolling in. It is getting very dark, especially down in the carousel area, and that it's only going to be moving up. So please start tightening up, start tying down what you have here. We don't want any canopies flying through the air with the greatest of ease, or maybe without ease, a little bit later here tonight. So please do that. We knew Mike Collins was around. He says that Nick Bruni is racing for the free tires for the runoff.
I kind of figured that's why.
Gotta love those Hoosier contingencies. And Scott Merker thinks David Stern is in attack mode.
He could be the second half of this race. He looked pretty quick again, setting the pole. Nick was kind of in the middle of the group this morning for qualifying, and had a good run, had a good tug on a few of the cars, but then really had to do it by himself. But for the most part, David Stern's got that Miata running really, really well right now. So we'll have to see.
All right, Ben Jones is checking in, and he says he'll be back racing with us when we go to New Jersey for the Jerk, the Jersey Road Racing Championship, October, what did we say, 19th and 20th. And he said he's sorry to miss racing and, more importantly, the Labor Day Flip Cup competitions here at Summit Point.
Yes.
All right, we're watching now as they come across the start-finish line. There it is. It's not a battle for third right now, but that's Michael Apatow and John Hotz, the white 21 and the white 63. They are now only, about 4 car lengths back from David Stern, although Stern just reset fast lap of the race.
He just picked up 0.3 of a second over the last time of Bruni. So whether or not Bruni is just playing with them a little bit, hanging, other than that, I think David Stern is starting to catch him.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 8, that's Improved Touring and B-Spec racers. Please start heading to the grid. Race Group 8, Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Wow. Well, and Brian, it was only a matter of time. The 19 car, now one of the 2 Ayers machines, that's John Ayers, takes his car back to the paddock as well. And I'm wondering if maybe...
I think maybe some of that contact, again, at the end. Just looked at our weather radar. It looks by about 5:45, 6 is when that thing's going to hit in, and it's going to be pretty big. So we've got about 30 minutes, 45 minutes before that stuff gets here. But let's go back to our race leaders here. Nick Bruni, David Stern. David Stern really trying to put pressure on Bruni. Those two are going to go nose to tail, headed down into turn 1 again. It looks like David Stern, again, a little bit faster.
Yep.
He's cut that down to 2/10. That's really not even 2/10. He's on the back bumper.
Yeah, that's
He's
I
actually
picked all that
pushing.
up on the draft, and he's right onto the back of the number 6 car now as they head down the short chute and head towards turn number 3. And if we take a look at the pace that they were carrying, so they were right in the 127.5 range. And Apatow and Hotz were about 1/10 off of that, so they lost a little bit of ground to our 2 leaders. But, it appears as though Stern just biding his time there. Going to see if he tries to pull something out there with the last couple of laps. As we look a little bit further back in the field, there we had just coming down into turn 5, Jeremy Butts, who is running 5th. He's still got the K-Halls behind him. Ted K-Hall still has the measure of Robert K-Hall. They're running 6th and 7th right behind the red number 69 car. And then Kip Gaynor and Caden Ayer. Mike LaMena fallen back into 10th position.
While it is getting dark out there, turn 5 camera, it's not that dark.
Right.
That is the shutter, I think, on the camera has finally decided to give up. Our cameraman is covering himself.
I was going to say that we actually have, and you'll notice that we've had both at turn 8, which is having some issues now, and at turn 5, a little bit sharper view, some newer cameras, Brian, as we look down into turn 1, as we now have David Stern side by side with Nick Bruni. Stern had about a half a car length advantage. Bruni tried moving Stern all the way to driver's right, all the way to the inside to compromise his entry into the corner, and it has worked as Nick Bruni manages to retake the lead going down into turn number 3. But look at that, just that little bit of a move there as Stern went to attack on Nick Bruni. That has allowed Apatow and Hotz now to pull right up to our 2 leaders. And I was going to say, we've had some cameras that we're doing some tests on right now, Brian, and those new cameras are running at 60 frames per second instead of 30. And apparently it's getting a little too dark for them out there. They can't brighten up enough when we run them at that setting.
Right.
All right, and we'll work on that for tomorrow, maybe.
Well, hopefully we don't have any thunderstorms rolling in here tonight. But you go back to the Bruni and the David Stern. Bruni really does get through turns 1 and turns 2 very well, right? And so that opens that up. I think David Stern gets through a couple turns there, 3 and 4, a little bit better, and down through 5. But then as you come down the front stretch again, Bruni right there leading by about a car length, if not even a car length now.
And now Bruni's sticking to the inside, all the way to the inside. He now brings Stern along with him all the way back to driver's left. And almost like a mirror. Ooh, big brake lock up there from John Hotz. And Hotz with a little bit of trouble going down into turn 1 right behind Michael Apatow. Manages to gather the car back up, but lost a lot of the momentum, and it's as if he wasn't prepared for the extra speed he was going to carry into 1 because of the draft, Brian.
Yeah. Have to see how much that's going to hurt towards the end of this race here. Again, with 3 laps to go, next time by we're going to have 2. But, David Stern, Nick Bruni, 2 drivers, more than likely, are not going to make a mistake. David Stern trying to put as much pressure as he can on Nick Bruni in that number 6 machine, but I just don't think Nick's going to make that mistake. He's got a lot of laps around here as well, so I think both cars evenly matched.
Well, we'll see. I think Stern is actually running one of the 1.6 liter motors, and we know that Bruni. I mean, he's got one of those E Street Racing 1.8 liter motors in that car. My guess is Bruni probably hasn't shown his hand yet. He's doing what he needs. When Stern was able in the draft to pull up right alongside him, Bruni was able to go that much deeper into the corner. We'll see if he gives Stern another chance here, as we now have 2 laps remaining as our racers are coming down into turn 1 now, Brian. And let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8, our final race of the day. For improved touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 8, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Nick Bruni coming up out of turn 3. You're going to see here. Look, there he is, 2 wheels driving. That's a normal line for Nick.
Was that him, or that might have been Apatow?
No, that was Bruni that went in there. I saw it just a little bit. We got a little bit of a delay, so I was able to see that as we go through there, as they go through the darkness of the night. In through turn 5.
It's almost like a WRL race here.
Right, exactly. It's like they go from,
Brendan?
Right, they go from the nighttime to the daytime to the rain side, all in one. But yeah, those cars they're getting through, and I think you're right, Greg. I think you said it. I don't think Nick Bruni's really pushing as hard as he needs to. He's doing everything he's got to do to stay in front of David Stern. But as he comes off the corner, he's got a lot of forward bite off that car.
All right, and we've got the top 4 there.
Greg, we got Apatow going through turn 10.
Oh, and he goes wide, and he came all the way back across, Brian. Driver's left. He gathers the car back up, and he's going to continue, but that is going to put John Hotz in the sole position of 3rd place as Apatow now rejoins here on the front straight. Apatow is going to fall all the way back to 10th position.
Yeah, as our leader's now coming out of turn 2, and I don't know if he just hooked the left rear coming through there, or if there was any contact. It was an abrupt turn to the right there to spin. Looked like he may have gotten his left rear tire hooked up in the in the gravel track right there in the end. Yep.
Yeah, and that happens, and if you do, you overcorrect with the steering wheel, and the car will hook. As our leader's coming down into turn 5. Bruni with a very nice defensive line coming into the corner, able to hold David Stern off as they start to make their way through the final corners here, going through the carousel. And Stern just does not seem to have the pace. What he's going to have to rely on, Brian, is a heck of a slingshot coming out of turn 10. As we look at that second battle, that is the fight now for fourth position. And Jeremy Butts giving up a position.
Yeah, went
to
really
Ted Cahill.
wide there. Yeah, gave it up to the Cahills. I'll tell you what, Robert may end up getting Ted again.
All right, our leaders come out of turn 10, and as they come to the line, can Stern get around the number 6 car of Nick Bruni? And here they come, and he's going to follow Nick Bruni across the line, who takes the win in race number 1 for Spec Miata this weekend. Stern finishing in second. John Hotz comes home in third. Ted Cahill will finish in fourth with Robert Cahill, Kip Gaynor, and I think that Jeremy Butts
he's
had
got
an
a
issue
problem.
with that
Yeah,
car.
you're right. I think he went wide there, knowing he had an issue because
to let the other cars through, because Kip Gaynor comes in sixth behind Ted and Robert Cahill. Caden Iyer works his way up to 7th place. Good run for him. Started 9th tonight. Michael Amena will finish in 8th, and Butts will finish 9th, and then Kurt Laumeister in the 111 car will finish in 10th position. Michael Apatow falls back to 11th. Michael Cohen 12th. Stephen Fergura runs his fastest lap on the last lap. He finishes 13th. George Paul 14th. Then we got Dominic Mandiel 15th, Chris Hubart 16th, John Ayer, who retired early, finishes 17th, and Kevin Conlon. And we didn't mention it, but Ryan Peterman and Vic Bruni did not make the grid. Got a couple quick announcements as we're wrapping things up here. Well, we've got one more race, so we're not wrapping things up yet, Brian. But we have just received word that dinner, our all-hands dinner for drivers, for crew, for family, you name it, will be held inside in the classrooms this evening, as we are expecting this bad weather to come in tonight. I would suspect that our silent auctions and raffles will probably move over there as well this evening. And as far as our band, I don't know what the story is going to be there. Hopefully they don't blow up any amps. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8. Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8, Improved Touring and B-Spec racers. This is your final call to the grid. And with that, Brian, we're going to take another break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Summit Point Raceway. But let's find out a little bit more about our wonderful title sponsor here this weekend, Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships, helping drivers of all ages with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years. Providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services, RP Performance is your go-to for getting your car on track. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock, call them at 304-728-6749, or email them at brett@rpperformanceracing.com.
And welcome back to Some Point Raceway and the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, Spencer Gaynor here as well. And we've got our last race of the day here on track. It's for our improved touring classes, improved touring A, B, and S, as well as B-Spec. And got one of my students from driver's school here in the sole B-Spec car in the field. And so, Brian, not only is turn 5 looking like blackout conditions, but our safety car as well. And we've just gotten word, and again, there we go. We can keep that going for a little bit here. Just gotten word that there have been some lightning strikes about 10 miles out, and we can keep racing as long as they stay further than 6 miles. But again, I'm going to ask everybody here in the paddock, batten down the hatches if you haven't done so, if you haven't tied down your canopies or anything else. I'm going to ask that you please do so now, and we'll be having dinner a little bit later. Hey, there was somebody with the headlights on going in the 5. We're going to have dinner tonight in the classrooms because of that weather rolling in. All right, we've got 17 cars that set out for qualifying times. I'm going to give you the top 10. Starting 10th, driving the number 42 ITA Mazda Miata, it's Nor Percival. Great to see Nor back here. Justin Shepard's in the number 100 ITA Mazda Miata. He starts 9th. Scotty Holman, he's your pole sitter in ITB today. He's driving the number 69 Mazda Protege. He starts 8th. David Lanning's in the 41 ITA Mazda Miata. He starts 7th today with Dan Freeman starting 6th today, 2nd in ITA in his Mazda Miata. Mark Liller in the number 127 machine, assuming that car is back underway, will be starting 5th today in ITS, with Glenn Evans starting 3rd in ITS in the number 10 car. Then we got Joel Gambino, who's your ITA pole sitter, starting 3rd. On your front row, Murphy Nichols running the 55 ITS Nissan 300ZX, and Jeff Lucas in his 240Z on the pole as they head down into turn 1 for the first time. Brian.
Mark Liller, Carl Fossler last off the grid, came off of pit row at the green flag. So they are able to get started, but they are way behind. Let's pick up Jeffrey Lucas, Murphy Nichols in that 55 machine. So again, remember, Murphy had that problem earlier on.
Had a tire down.
Had a tire down, spun in turn 3 and had to have it moved. Lucas in that 00 machine in that ITS starting to pull away a little bit as they head up over the hill.
And I'm sure Jeff Lucas is just happy that we don't have the red number 5. Number 5 of Camden Gruber out here today. That car up for sale out if you want to
out front.
If you want to buy a very fast ITS car, right outside of the track by turn 8. But Jeff Lucas, your leader. Murphy Nichols early on, holding steady there, right up along the backside of that much older Nissan, Joel Gambino, in his ITA Mazda Miata, currently running third overall with Glenn Evans. Actually, Glenn Evans got around the ITA Miata of Gambino, it looks like. But nice little field in ITA. I'm sure David Lanning, Dan Freeman looking for a win. Of course, I think Dan Freeman, didn't he miss the July? Or no, Gambino wasn't here.
Gambino wasn't
for the
here in
July
July,
race.
yeah.
Dan Freeman had a great weekend in the Envirotex #1 Mazda Miata. And it is for now Gambino running third overall, but Dan Freeman coming down the inside, trying to get around Glenn Evans, number 10, try to get up alongside or get close to Joel Gambino to bring the fight for the lead in ITA to the blue Mazda Miata. And indeed, Freeman is able to get by not only Glenn Evans, but David Lanning as well. So Lanning started second in ITA, now falls back to third in class. More importantly, falls back to sixth overall.
Yeah, Evans had to let Freeman in, and what that did is that brought Lanning up next to him as well. And so now he's got a battle with Lanning by trying to be Mr. Nice Guy, trying to let Dan Freeman in there. Dan got a good run off of 10, down the front stretch, down into turn 1, had that late break and was able to get by him.
All right, so now it looks like Jeff Lucas starting to open things up on Murphy Nichols here, and we'll see. You know, again, the strength of that both cars with the straight 6 motors in them, certainly straight line speed, and they've got a good amount of torque off the corners. Of course, Jeff Lucas in that 240Z, he's got a lot more experience than Murphy Nichols.
Yeah.
Nichols now, I believe, second season
I believe.
of racing, and Jeff Lucas, I'm not even going to count the. Let me count the ways, but he's been doing it for a while.
You know, 0.7 of a second between Murphy and Jeff after qualifying, and that's about where it stands right now. It's about 1.3 seconds after a couple laps. So, again, as you just said, Jeffrey Lucas starting to open that up a little bit. Gambino starting to reel in Murphy Nichols. That could be the battle. Not the battle in class, because Gambino in ITA, Murphy Nichols running ITS, but that could be the next battle on the racetrack. As this battle continues on. And then, you got to throw in Dan Freeman. Dan Freeman running Joel Gambino down. So that car of Freeman has gotten faster and faster ever since Morgan Burkhart got in that car and ran it. So
I think he showed Freeman a lot of what he needed to do to find time, and Freeman's taken it to heart. So I was going to say I didn't want to count the ways or years that Jeff Lucas has been racing, but I'll tell you, he's at 38. 10 ITS MARRS championships under his belt. Again, Murphy Nichols definitely has his work cut out for him. But we'll see here as Gambino has come away with a number of MARRS victories here and a number of MARRS championships over the years himself. And let's take a look here and see, as we mentioned, Gambino wasn't here last event, but he currently holds almost a 700-point advantage over Dan Freeman. And we'll see if that may change. And again, with so many races this weekend, Freeman has the opportunity to really tighten up this championship as we head into the last event in New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Yeah, Gambino showed up on Friday.
Right.
I think may have done a practice. I'm not sure if he practiced on Friday, but showed up. Ended up not feeling well and ended up leaving. So he was here, but then ended up getting sick, not feeling well, ended up leaving the facility and just didn't race. So, you've got that points battle right there. But on the racetrack, as I said, Gambino now only 0.4 of a second behind Murphy Nichols, who is now almost 2 seconds behind Jeffrey Lucas. So, after the first couple laps, now Lucas is starting to really open up, and no, it's not. I'll say it again. It's really not that dark down there, but it is nice to see that how dark those cameras can get when the clouds roll in.
That's right. All right, so a little bit further back in the pack in ITB, Scotty Holman, who is your points leader currently, there he is coming through the carousel in the taxi, that yellow Mazda Protege. He is your leader in class. Matt Small in that blue Volkswagen Golf, he is running in second with Rich Allen in the black number 44 directly behind. So very close fighting there. And of course, we saw Kevin Fryer a little bit earlier today in that 127 Mazda Miata in Touring 4. He is back where it all started for him in an ITB 2002. He's driving the black number 98 machine. His dad, Alton Fryer, running the silver 89. Actually, it's not a black 89 before. I think it's a white 80. Let's try this again. The 98 of Fryer, I believe, is white. And then, of course, Dad is in the silver car.
Yeah. And then again, the 127 there of Jeff Liller running. I think that car's been on. I think that car's been in every group we've had.
Very
it.
well, very well may have been. Again, Tansel Kazaluk in the number 35 Mini Cooper. He's our sole B-Spec racer here today. Rookie racer, and I believe this is his only his second race of the season. Knew when he came out of driver's school, I'll tell you, to be perfectly honest, I had suggested that he maybe get a little bit more seat time under his belt before he comes out and races. But he got his first race in the spring at New Jersey Motorsports Park at the Lightning Challenge, and he was, Brian, at his driver's school. He had some of the best attitude of almost any driver I've ever had. At the racetrack, and says here, hello to his family and friends watching the race live in Turkey via YouTube. So it's getting to be pretty late in the evening, Brian. So it's it's after 5 p.m. here at Summit Point. So it is likely around 11 or probably after 11 o'clock in Turkey right now. And I want to thank all of them for coming out and watching us. Hopefully we'll see them a little bit earlier on track tomorrow. All right, as Jeff Lucas now cementing his lead over Murphy Nichols and the rest of the ITS field. Let's try and pick up on this ITB battle, both on the ITB battle. The ITB battle for the Golfs coming into turn 3 right now, and that is the battle for I believe second with Matt Small and Rich Allen. As Small is in his Volkswagen Golf, the number 16 machine, and Allen in his Golf, the 44 car. They're separated out, I think, by just looks like only about 5 car lengths or so, but Rich Allen definitely coming. In ITA, it is still Gambino over Freeman, and they are coming out of turn 10 now. Let's take a look. As Gambino now, he's got the Nichols car between he and the battle, and between he and Dan Freeman. So Gambino's got a little bit of breathing room at this point.
Well, he's got Glenn Evans there that's got enough around Dan Freeman coming down the front stretch, heading down to turn 1. So you can see there, Evans back in front of Freeman again. 2 different classes,
right?
He's got a couple cars in between him and Dan Freeman.
Yeah, and so the interesting thing here though is Glenn Evans in that 10 Mazda Miata. He's starting to make up ground now on Murphy Nichols. Last time by, Glenn Evans was about 6/10, almost 7/10 faster than Murphy Nichols. So that is the battle for second in ITS. And, as long as Glenn Evans doesn't necessarily have to contend with Dan Freeman, if he can clear himself a Freeman, that should be a good run there, especially since Nichols has fallen back now to 3rd on track.
Not sure how many people like the color red, but...
Yeah, we're taking a look at the weather maps here. Again, a couple quick notes. Again, please, if you haven't done so already, batten down the hatches, make sure that your canopies and everything else are well attached to something like your race car. Also, we are going to be having dinner in the classrooms tonight rather than outside. Surprise, surprise. So we still want to have you there. All right, as we are now halfway, we have completed 7 laps, 6 laps remaining. And it is, once again, Jeff Lucas, your leader overall and in ITS. Murphy Nichols running second in class. Glenn Evans in third. In ITA, Joel Gambino over Dan Freeman with David Lanning running in third. And in ITB, Scotty Holman, who just reset fast lap in class. He is your leader. Matt Small second. Richard Allen running in third. Kevin Fryer in fourth. And there is Tansel in his Mini Cooper. And, it was funny, Brian, when Tansel brought out that Mini Cooper to the driver's school, he had a stock suspension under the car, basically as that Mini came from driver's school. And he goes, I don't understand why I'm running off the front tires all the time. I go, well, because the car is leaning over all the way. It was a very difficult car to drive, but again, he kept his head up. Yeah. The first thing he did is he pinged me like 2 weeks after driver's school. I've got the B-Spec suspension underneath the car now. And I'll tell you, he's running as he gets down to a fast lap of 139.9. He's running quite a bit faster than he did in driver's school.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
The car looks a lot better going through the turns. I'm sure he's probably not tearing up the tires as Lucas goes around him, headed down into turn one. Let's keep an eye on this Murphy Nichols. You've got Murphy Nichols, and then you've got Glenn Evans and Dan Freeman there, kind of nose to tail. So Murphy Nichols kind of holding them.
Well, and again, that is a battle for second in ITS between Evans and Nichols, as we've got now a little bit less than 5 laps to go, as those two cars have moved up on the white Nissan 300ZX. That's going to be tough for Murphy Nichols to hold off Glenn Evans for the remaining 4.5 laps or so here. We're going to keep watching that. The advantage that Evans has in that Mazda Miata, it's a much better balanced car. The one hit, especially on those Z31 Nissans, is they're a little bit portly.
Yeah.
And they've got great power, and that is the advantage that Nichols, assuming that car is up to ITS spec, that Nichols would have over Glenn Evans. But certainly Evans can drive that car deeper into the corners and carry more speed through the corners. I think the bigger question is Dan Freeman now, especially since he's really lost touch of Joel Gambino. There's Gambino crossing the start-finish line.
Right.
Whether or not Freeman is going to, impact Glenn Evans' race, and it looks like Freeman's going to try and follow Evans down into turn one. And look at that, and there we go. Brian just got word of a lightning strike less than 2 miles away from Summit Point Raceway. And so we're going to see an early end to our final race of the day, as we are now, we would be under a lightning hold if it weren't for the fact that this is the last race. So this is going to end a little bit early. Next time, our leader, Jeff Lucas, comes out of turn 10 and sees the start-finish stand. He's also going to see the checkered flag, and he's coming underneath the bridge now. So whether he knows it or not, Glenn Evans, he's got just a couple more corners to get around Murphy Nichols for second in ITS. Jeff Lucas now coming out of turn 10. He's the second car in the line there behind Patrick Pegues' ITB Alfa Romeo. He gets around Pegues, and checkered flag is in the air, taking the win in overall and in ITS. It is Jeff Lucas. And now as that battle for second in ITS comes to the line, it is going to be Murphy Nichols. He holds off Glenn Evans. Joel Gambino finishes second overall, just ahead of that pair. He'll take the win in ITA. Dan Freeman will finish second in ITA. David Lanning comes across the line third in class, as Scotty Holman now finishes seventh overall. He is your winner in ITB. And now let's look out for the two Golfs as they're coming out of turn 10. And there is an ITA interloper between them. And so Matt Small will finish second in ITB. Rich Allen will come home in third. All right, so that wraps things up, Brian. And again, we are under a lightning delay here, so we're under a lightning strike, so we want to get things closed down as quickly as possible. We want to thank you all for joining us here. Let's quickly, if we can, Spencer, take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to be starting tomorrow at 8:10 a.m. We've got 9-lap heat races for all of our MARRS racers, and then we've got 14-lap races for our feature races after that.
Greg, just got a call down there. Everybody needs to seek shelter right now as quickly as you can. This is really getting bad. They've got it there, so you've got to seek shelter, and we have got to shut down before they
Okay.
shut the PA down.
All right, sounds good. So let's wrap things up. Want to thank you all for joining us. We'll see you at 8:10 tomorrow morning for day number 2 of the Summit Point Labor Day Mars Spectacular presented by Radial Tire and Radial Motorsports. Thanks so much, everybody, and have a great evening.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.